Alright, what's up, Tarnish? How you doing? Soon we got the Campfire chat. See how many Nightmare Dungeons we can slam out real quick for this build. Hello, Rainbow. How you doing? So excited to maybe hear about rune words, maybe set items. We're probably going to get some more news on Season 6 as well. Well, I mean, obviously if there's a PTR, it should be for Season 6. It's either PTR for Season 6 or... I don't know if they're going to do PTR for expansion. Either way, it'll be fun. There we go. Boom. Bane is done. We need to get fluidity up. What's up, Blacks, bro? Ah, well, it's a good thing we're on YouTube and Twitch then, huh? And on TikTok. Inferno. Hello, just for fun. It's good, man. Just waiting for the Diablo update to start, like the live stream. I mean, I can pop it up. Might as well pop it up. I don't think they're gonna start early. There, this is what we're all here for. But yes, it's not yet. And once it does go live, guys, we will be co-streaming it, and then actually, I believe we are getting hosted by Blizzard after. Very exciting. Wait. Oh, it's Zondor. I don't know. I thought I read that as Xmas. I was like, no way. He got added into the game. He's a Diablo 2 content creator. You're building a sword. What's the best build? Lightning Spear, Frozen Orb is what you want to play. And for leveling, you can do Fireball, enchant with Chain Lightning. I think this should be enough. So 3? Yes. Ten more minutes for the stream to start. This is not Andariel's. This is Flurry. We will play Andariel's. I'm gonna make an Andariel Flurry build too. There it is. This is where we need to go get the item from. it's just a regular pair of gloves. It'd have to be like Fist of Fate with like the most perfect rolls. But even then, I have a GA'd one right now, so it's gonna be hard to swap. Almost halfway. I'm gonna pop this thing over here. I'll fight him over here. There we go. He's dead. The best placed level is the Hell Tides, unless you have someone to carry you through the Infernal Hordes or the pit, like him. Oh yes, we'll be watching the Campfire. It's not for another 8 minutes though. I figure we'll go ahead and play a couple Nightmare Dungeons, so you guys have something to look at until it starts. But yes, we will definitely be streaming it. Definitely. 46% Yen's Blessing. Awesome, AQ. Oh, they're doing some sort of video right now, but I'm pretty sure. Wait, they disabled chat. Why did they disable the chat? What? Why did they disable the chat? Alright. I'll start it when it actually starts. They're just showing off the stuff this is old stuff. So we have 8 minutes, which means maybe about 3 Nightmare Dungeons, depending on which ones we get. Had to pick up that last one, otherwise we'd have to go back. Do I have some uniques to spare for Rogue? Sure. Do you want? I just got a Yen's Blessing. Probably have some extra wind forces. Just let me know what item you need, and if it drops, more than likely you can have it, because I don't really need anything right now, except for the materials on this one. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, 6 more minutes. Alright, next one. What do we got? Tomb of the Saints. Is Rogue my only character? No, Hannah. We have every single class. Like, I have every single class level 100. I play all the classes, but I usually play Rogue and Sorceress and Barbarian more so than the last 2 classes, but I still play them all. Hello, Harry. How you doing? You have a weird time with Pen Shot? Pen Shot's like one of the best builds. You just need to make sure that you have like the chance for it to cast twice. And that build will absolutely just dominate. But don't play with the new there's a new bow for Pen Shot. Like, well, it's technically old. They just like updated it. It's called Eagle Horn. It's pretty bad though. I would stay far away from that. A lot of the uniques, they got updated, and some are good. Like Fist of Fate, absolutely amazing. But then you have others that are absolutely terrible. Like super bad. Ooh, there's the Goblin Shrine. Alright, let's see how many goblins we can get to pop up off the shrine. So I have to kill all the enemies anyways in here. Oh, there's one over there. Let's get him. I just want the treasure bag. That's all I care about. Oh, it's another goblin. Boom. Another treasure bag. Give me the treasure bag. Alright. See how many goblins we can get. It's only a double. Might be able to get one more Nightmare Dungeon. Penshaw's fun, you did it last season. I'm sorry, we're almost done with the Nightmare Dungeon. Hello, Kaz, how you doing? The messed up Eagle Horn? Yeah, Eagle Horn's pretty bad. So it used to be like up to like a 70 or 80% chance for the bouncy effect. Now it's every fourth. So basically that converts it to a 25%. It automatically applies vulnerability, but it's not really worth a unique power. Like a two-ended aspect. Bosses. Alright, so yeah, in 2 minutes. 2 minutes is when it's starting, guys. Wind Force? Not... Well, if you want to run regular Barrage, sure, it's not bad. But the best build is going to be Andariel's Barrage or Pen Shot. Alright, ooh, a GA sword. Alright, but it should be right now, guys. The brand new update. So, Kaz, Andariel's is not tradable. So, the purple items, these, I have gotten extras, but I cannot give them away. The game literally does not let you. It's disabled. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to set up for the stream.
Strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay.
There's a new update coming out today, guys.
I cannot wait for players to get into the
for
world.
The announcement.
I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit.
It's happening in...
So it's interesting things to find
should
and
be
see and discover
in the next
around
minute,
every
guys.
corner, and it's just
They're
really
all
great
account bound,
experience
and you can never
getting
trade
to
them.
explore
Yeah. All right. But yeah, now is the campfire. Should be starting right now.
Hello, Diablo community.
All right, let's
Welcome
go.
to another campfire chat. This is the patch 2.0 campfire chat for PTR. As you guys can see, we're in a little bit of a new environment. We're all doing this from home. We had to do a quick last-minute pivot about 24 hours ago. I was struck by some con flu after Gamescom, but I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our production teams behind the scenes. Lucas, Jade, and Rich, they made a quick pivot to allow us to do this and for us to be safe and to be able to still give you guys this exciting information for patch 2.0. But to lead us off, I do want us to do some quick intros for everyone here on the actual panel. So Colin, would you like to start off the intros?
Yeah, sure. I'm Colin on the design team.
Hello, I'm Aislinn Hall. I'm a systems designer with a focus on live balance.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the live balance for Diablo 4.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeevan Sidhu, and I also work on the systems team.
Awesome. So we got a whole panel here, way more than what we normally have because we have so much to actually cover. We do want to jump into things pretty immediately, but I did want to recap really quickly. Obviously, last week we were at Gamescom. We made some really big announcements for Vessel of Hatred, where we announced, the mercenaries that will be coming to Vessel of Hatred, along with how that system works with like reinforcements. It's like a new take of how mercenaries play within Diablo, especially since Mercenaries has such a storied history within the franchise itself. And of course, we also talked about the Cuirass Undercity and the Dark Citadel, along with the Party Finder feature that players will be able to actually partake in with Vessel of Hatred and use that for Dark Citadel and other features within the game. We do actually have a blog up on Diablo4.com that does do a good deep dive across all of those specific items, so you guys can actually check that out. But we have a packed agenda today. This will be a long one, so we hope that everyone will sit down and grab a snack and join us as we talk about some pretty large systemic changes that will be coming with Diablo 4, along with some new stuff that we'll be sharing as well that will also be coming with Diablo 4. So we're going to start off with some progression updates. We're going to move off into some class and balance changes, along with some quality of life updates, and then we'll kind of cap it off with a cool new announcement that will be coming with Vessel of Hatred.
I made by the rune words, man.
Aislinn, Colin, I know you guys want to jump into some of these big progression changes that you guys were talking about last week, so take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I'm sure everyone has no idea what the big surprise is at the end.
None whatsoever.
So right. Let's jump into.
What if it's another class? Another class gets announced.
When we launched the game, we had a sort of vision for the game that we felt like was really fun to play through once, where you'd sort of traverse through these world tiers and you'd be gaining new sacred items rarely, and then you'd be getting ancestral items when hopping into World Tier 4. And as we played the game more and more, and as we've gotten feedback, that necessarily hasn't really been super fun. So we've sped up a lot of the progression to sort of get you into that space that where you feel powerful, where you have autonomy over your choice in terms of difficulty and challenge and reward. Diablo is all about that progression, right? And sort of blasting and feeling efficient. So we wanted to take a step back after looking at itemization. We've added a ton of itemization progression that we think is feeling pretty good. There's a lot of ways to customize your character. There's a lot of ways to progress your itemization. And we wanted to look at other aspects of the game. So that came in the form of like what hasn't aged super well. What are the things that we really enjoy and we see that you all enjoy, and doubling down on that. So two of those things are difficulty and overall just character progression from your Paragon to your glyphs, etc. We've sort of taken the approach of like really doubling down and embracing again what has been really fun, right? Blasting, being efficient, having control over your challenge and reward, right? Profane Mind Cages is awesome when you can stack it to 3 and you can hop into those Hell Tides and just start getting tons of experience and reward for pushing that challenge. Key dungeons like Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, really pretty much every endgame in the system at this point has a tiering system associated with it, and we think that's like pretty indicative of like what has been fun, and we want to embrace that. And part of that is that idea of I can push really hard to get more efficiency. Part of that's conquering milestones, right? It's really good. It's a ton of fun to hop into World Tier 3 early. I think I hopped in at level 25 in the latest release just to see if I could do it, and it was a ton of fun. And it's sort of all about embracing that gaining power in multiple ways, feeling super powerful. And then another thing that we really wanted to look at in terms of making this better is alting. We made a change to make it so that the mythic uniques could be equipped at level 35, and if you've done that, it's a really badass experience.
Yeah, Daryl's is so good though.
Roll a barbarian, slap her grandfather on him, and you just blast through the leveling experience, and it's a ton of fun. That being said, we've added tons of sort of power to the equation. And we wanted to make sure that we also gave you more autonomy to sort of challenge yourself with all that new power. And we're adding a ton of new power in the expansion as well.
More power, because a lot of people think that we're getting
expanding
less
the progression
power
in other
in the
areas of the game
update.
come patch 2.0. So with that, Aislinn
okay.
actually has a bunch
More
of
stuff.
exciting changes to talk about here.
I do. Thank you, Colin. Okay, everyone, I want you to put on your thinking caps because we have a lot of details to cover. So buckle up. We, in fact, have a topic screen here because there's so many things regarding progression that we're going to be talking about today. So the way that we're approaching this presentation is we're basically going to be bringing you through what a character's journey would actually look like. You know, starting by talking about the character journey and then talking about some difficulty tier changes that are coming, and then going deeper into, you know, how you're going to be gaining more rewards from those said difficulty tiers. So yeah, without further ado, let's simply jump in and get started with the character journey. Okay, so some changes coming to how you're going to be leveling up.
Whoa, max level is 60,
there's
guys.
Be a
Whoa.
level adjustment, first
Wow.
of all, coming to
I
patch
did not
2.0.
expect that.
Right now in the live game,
What?
you know, you go
Max
from
level
character level 1 to
60.
50. Those are your skill point levels. And then every level after 50 is a Paragon level where you're earning 4 Paragon points per Paragon level. We're going to be splitting those out in patch 2.0. And so you're going to earn Paragon points, which are going to be separate from your character level. Levels 1 to 50 represent those character levels. And there's also going to be a new max character level, quote unquote, of level 60. And that means that you are going to be earning 10 more skill points
so everyone
from
gets
what you had been earning pre-patch 2.0. There's also going to be a reimagined pace to the leveling journey. So we have a lot of new difficulty tiers that are being added to the game. More on that soon. But effectively, lower difficulty tiers are going to be offering you a slower pace if you're a near player, you just want a very casual, chill experience. But you're going to be able to bump it up if you want to. Like if you're, you know, engaging with tempering, you're engaging with all these systems that are making your character stronger, and you want something to test that against, we're aiming to give that to you. And these difficulty tiers are going to be offering you improved efficiency, improved rewards, and the goal is to improve your pace if you can blast through these difficulties.
Yeah, this
Now,
is a lot like the mine cages, right? Like we sort of heard, we heard you like mine cages, so we put it in the game systemically, like from whispers to Helltide to literally everything in the world. Like maybe you like doing dungeons, and really it's sort of like giving players that choice to do what they want, and it's not just Helltide now that can push that difficulty.
Yeah, totally. Like we were just playing on the development team, and we were playing in Helltides and, you know, playing with mine cages, and we were like, this is great. Like I want to just be able to do this or like have this option available to me, like basically whenever I'm playing. So that's a big part of these changes. Moving on here to the number adjustments. So as a lot of you guys found in footage, yes, there is a pretty substantial number adjustment. So a big part of this is we want to make sure that there's room for growth. And we're adding a lot of player power in patch 2.0 and Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, this will be the expansion, guys.
And we want to make sure that numbers don't get
new
so
max level is
crazy
60.
that we cannot even fathom them, right? And so a
when
big
you
part
hit
of
for
this
billions?
is giving us a good starting point in patch 2.0 where we can afford to grow numbers.
Aislinn,
Aislinn,
I think it's really important, you know, to have numbers that are like when you're like doing damage numbers to see
but, like,
ones
it feels
that are
bad going down in
to you,
numbers,
right?
though, you know what I mean?
If you're increasing your damage like even 10x, but it's taking it from like an 8 or 9 digit number to a 10 digit number, it's almost impossible to see that kind of growth
like
in player power. So with numbers that are more readable on screen, that A, makes it much more obvious when you're getting more powerful, and just makes the game as a whole easier to kind of comprehend.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's important to note that like this is relative.
Because I hit it for a billion damage going back.
This is
it's just
really sort of
the whole game is
that
getting
we're making to ensure that you
number
have more
changes.
growth in the end game. We're not at the top end nerfing things like crit chance or CDR Really, this is all about having actually, like, sort of what we set out to do when we launched the game is have more grounded numbers for longer. That's not to say that you aren't going to get insane in the deep end game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're still going to have a lot of power to game. And yeah, finally, just going back to this first bullet here on this slide, we're going to talk more about Paragon later, but for now we're going to focus on some other things. So sit tight. Okay, let's talk about how monsters are changing. So we've streamlined monster health and damage in a pretty big way. We took a look at how monsters gain health and how they gain damage over different difficulty tiers. And we've really like honed in and kind of universalized our approach to how they're gaining power throughout your character experience. And this is going to be applying to all monster types. You know, normal monsters, minions, which are elites,
They always match the
buddies,
player level?
elites themselves, and of course bosses. And
So it
all
can't
of
go
these
past
monsters
100?
now have health that's relative to their normal monster counterpart on any given like difficulty tier. And what this does is it really helps smooth difficulty progression and the difficulty of any experience that you're currently in. Secondly, we have some changes to monster scaling. So monsters are going to scale to a pit tier, and we're going to talk more about that as well pretty soon too. So sit tight. And the big thing here is that monsters are always going to match the player level now. So on live, we have a world where
like, what about
monsters
mind
can
cages?
be, 100 levels offset of you and anywhere in between. And that can be fairly hard to understand. And so a big part of this pass is kind of removing that element of the game so that we can focus on what difficulty we're currently in and using that as the judge of how hard or how easy or wherever in between the content you're currently in is. And finally, we have some pretty cool combat tuning changes. So we've taken a lot of looks at, like the moment-to-moment combat pacing in the game. And monster mechanics across the board have been adjusted to really hone in on player momentum. You're here to slaughter demons. We want you to move quickly.
So it's going to be more like
through the
Diablo
game,
3 is kind of what I'm hearing from
and
this.
we don't necessarily want monsters
Which
to
is
be
okay.
slowing
I like
down,
Diablo 3.
especially
Just
normal
that's
monsters.
the game's direction
And
right now, it looks
to
like.
achieve this, we've reduced instances of getting one shot like out of nowhere. And we've also adjusted boss HP so that they're not quite as grindy after you're moving in
the Infernal
from,
Hordes?
after blasting down AoE packs in the pit, for
Definitely.
example.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
definitely
this is
a
something
pain
we-
point. Oh, great call.
Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, just saying, right, that's always been the pain point in the pit so far is like, hey, you're really strong, you blast through most of the dungeon, and then you get up to the boss, and the boss takes, 5 minutes or more. That's just like such a slog. So we're definitely making sure it's a more consistent experience. In a given difficulty tier, you're going to have a more consistent experience across boss and other portions of the game.
Yeah, and we've already taken a lot of steps towards this. One of the previous seasons, we set it so that you wouldn't get armor cap penalties as the monster is leveled higher than you, right? So this is really just sort of consolidating a lot of the, I'm going to get shit for the Blizzard math, on the back end to make sure that like a lot of the things are really being reworked on the back end to address the problems we see on live with the crazy exponential scaling of boss health from like 4 different multipliers and the crazy exponential damage that some of the monsters are getting. It's like the corpse bow, of course, dying in one shot from off screen. A lot of those things.
This
should
is
be
good.
much
He's
more
actually mentioned the
consistent
exact
as you're
things.
climbing through those difficulties.
And then also like vile lunatics are another offender.
future.
But
Or in
you
this
can dodge
station.
those.
Very soon, in fact.
So very soon,
Like right now.
You mentioned that, so I'm guessing
Difficult
tiers.
maybe on Tuesday?
Let's
see.
talk about it.
Oh, okay.
So this is our beautiful Blizzard illustration, if you will,
Art
of
by
current day
Colin.
difficulty. Art by
Gotta-
Colin.
gotta-
Thank you very much.
Gotta call out Colin. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
We've got
We're going to
the
get art for this.
This is art. What are you talking about?
yeah. This
this is beautiful.
Modern art. Yeah, you can see we have the big bone boss. Very, very sad at the current state of things up there.
Dude, that boss is so laggy
So
now.
what this is basically illustrating is that there are basically brackets right now on live. where various content is relevant. You have world bosses that stay relevant for a certain amount of time. You have Helltide that stays relevant, maybe a little bit longer than world bosses do. And then you have world tiers 1 and 2. Then you have world tier 3, which is, very sad. Sorry, world tier 3.
Yeah.
And then world tier 4.
Magnifying glass, you can see it.
Yeah. Maybe if you look really closely, you can see how long it takes to go through world tier 3. And then world tier 4, which has like a bit of a tail, but still pretty short. And then we compare it to like where our character's power currently exists, which is, you've got level 1 to 100, and then of course your journey throughout all of the pit tiers. And basically what this is illustrating is a lot of these content types fall off. World bosses don't stay relevant forever. Helltide doesn't stay relevant forever.
Well, world bosses aren't relevant because
in the open world
they don't drop
stay
anything
relevant.
good. You know what I mean?
And eventually it simply becomes about running the pit, and that's the place where you can judge your character's strength. We don't necessarily want the game to work that way. We want a lot of activities to stay fun and interesting and engaging for as long as possible. And so to accomplish that, we've got some pretty big changes coming to difficulty tiers.
All right.
So let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this, talking about pit arbitration. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that the pit is going to be something behind the scenes that's setting the pace of all difficulty in the game across all content types. So pit tiers are going to match difficulty tiers. There's going to be 5 pit tiers per standard difficulty, which is just encapsulating 4 new world tiers pre-level 60, which are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then there will be 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty, and there are going to be 4 torment
3 more
difficulty
torment
tiers,
levels.
1, 2,
Wow.
3, and 4. Difficulty tiers are going to derive monster health, damage, and intensity from the pit tier that is associated with that difficulty tier. And I know that's a little complicated, but we're going to have some supporting stuff to show what this means a little better pretty soon. And I do want to call out intensity here. Colin, do you want to talk about monster intensity raising between difficulty tiers?
Yeah, so intensity is something we played around with in the base game, and it's sprinkled out throughout the game. But what intensity is it's a backend system that controls monster aggressiveness as well as monster intelligence. So by aggressiveness, it's things like they attack faster, they have lower cooldowns, they move faster, and then intelligence is they predict your movement more, they'll face you more. So if it has a big swing, it's actually going to try and track you a little bit more accurately. So it's not just the health and damage that's going up through these difficulty tiers. The monsters are actually becoming a little bit more dynamic and fast-paced. We think that feels pretty good, especially when it's sort of scaling through the new difficulty tier system that we have.
Yeah, this is something we do have on the live game, but in the new patch 2.0, you're really going to feel that difference. Currently, you feel a little bit of difference in between the different world tiers, and that's just going to be magnified. And your moment-to-moment combat it's not just going to be higher numbers. The moment-to-moment will feel different and harder at these higher torment difficulties.
Yep, they're going to become bigger jerks as you ascend difficulties. All right, so let's talk about difficulty gating. So this is basically how people are going to be
pit unlocks at level 60.
These different difficulty tiers.
Conquering a pit.
So the pit is going to unlock once you hit character level 60, which is the new maximum character level in patch 2.0. So pit tiers associated with standard difficulties are going to unlock immediately, which is pit tiers 1 through 20. You're going to be able to challenge all of those immediately once you're max level. And you're going to need to beat pit tier 20 to unlock the first torment tier. Once you beat pit tier 20, you're allowed to go into the overworld on torment 1. And then, as we see here, there are 15 pit tiers per torment difficulties. So to unlock torment 2, you would then need to progress through the pit and beat pit tier 35, at which point you can now go into torment 2 in all other activities, so on and so forth. So this is basically creating a... Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Oh, I was just going to jump in and say, like, what's kind of interesting is, like, Torment 1 you can think about as World Tier 3 today. And what we're sort of doing is essentially saying, now that level cap is 60, you actually can find some of the best items in the game very early, right? Imagine if you were able to just start finding the best items in the game in World Tier 3. That's really sort of what we're talking about here. We're really speeding up when you can actually get to the end game, where we've added things like the pit, we've added things like nightmare dungeons and more end game activities for you to engage with, and item modification systems. So it really is sort of getting you into the fun faster, which also makes alting a lot more cool, right? It's way easier to sort of get to that point where, all right, I'm in the end game. I'm going to start looking for awesome items. I'm going to start modifying my items. So we think that that like sort of represents a pretty substantial change to how you play the game.
Oh
So
yeah,
for
absolutely.
us wondering why we kind of built it around the pit, and why we associated difficulty with the pit. How do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so right now the pit is a fantastic razor to judge your character against. And I think that this overhaul is effectively turning the pit into the game's backbone, to use kind of a gruesome term, but we're Diablo, so whatever. It's basically turning the pit into the game's backbone of like difficulty. And all other difficulties is kind of derived from that. And it gives us a very predictable and understandable pace for you to experience all other activities in the game based on the pit's difficulty.
Yeah, and that razor is great for pushing difficulty, right? You think about how part of what's really fun, again, about Diablo is that feeling of progression and that feeling of becoming powerful, then taking on a big-ass demon, killing it, getting awesome loot. And what the pit is going to do is you're going to push that difficulty, then unlock new torment tiers, which is going to unlock more efficiency for you. And
Right.
you can sort of think about it as like we've added not just a World Tier 5, but a World Tier 5 and 6 as part of this torment system. And it's something we can continue to sort of evaluate and build on as characters become more powerful and we add new ways to sort of play through the system.
Yeah, and I think it's also a lot about consistency across content, right? Currently, in the live game, we've got a lot of different levels of different types of things, right? You've got Nightmare Dungeon keys, you've got pit levels, you've got Infernal Horde tiers. And we just kind of realized that, hey, the pit is something that we have, really good delineation between the different levels. So you've got a wide spread of different tiers for that. And that's something we can kind of peg difficulty against across the whole game to make a more consistent experience. When you're in a certain difficulty tier, you're just going to get a more consistent experience across all activities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you're on Torment 2, you're going to know that all content you're facing is on the level of Torment 2. But right now on the live game, you go into a pit tier 50 and you're like, okay, it's pit tier 50 difficulty. And then you go into a Nightmare Dungeon tier 50 and it's a totally different difficulty. And then you go into an Infernal Hordes tier 8 and you're like, wait a minute, this is extremely hard compared to these other ones. They're just not similar, right? And so we want to create a more level playing field so that difficulty is easier to understand.
It's also
so the pit's like a
about
kind of
leveling.
common language and shared experience for everyone.
Okay, so they're trying to make it
that's
easier to
definitely a
understand, which is,
benefit, and it's
I think it's good.
also, in some sense, leveling up all the activities. Like, I know that there's some people who really enjoy Whispers, for example, and Whispers just falls off. Like, if you're doing the pit and you're level 100, you're level 90 in the pit, like Whispers are terrible, right? Like you're not actually going to run Whispers when you're pushing that deep into the game. But now when sort of things are leveling up with Torment tiers, you have a place to go and sort of juice the efficiency from those different activities if you like that activity.
Yeah, and this kind of
good.
carries
It's
over
more
to other
variety.
activities, not just Whispers. It's like, your Hell Tides.
Yeah,
too,
the whole
Infernal
world is
Hordes.
leveling, right?
Yeah, like which is another thing. Like Infernal Hordes is something that obviously was introduced in Season 5, is coming back, and is a permanent feature within the game, and is also going up with the rest of the content.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So let's talk a little more about
Max
the
Pit.
details
Ooh, this is
difficulty
news.
tiers. So on the right-hand side here, you can see this table. It's basically showing off the associated pit tier with any given difficulty tier. So normal simply starts on 1, and then like we saw before, it goes up by 5 each time until you get to Torment tiers, at which point it goes up by 15 each time. So Torment 4 lands on 65, Torment 1 starts on 20. And in light of this, we have changed the highest pit tier to be 100, down from 200. And this doesn't mean that the pit tier 100 is going to be the same difficulty as it is on live. It's going to be harder. So each pit tier you're going up is going to be harder than it was before, effectively. And we also have this pretty neat new system where we have smart keys. And what that means is your things like Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons, the keys to enter those activities are now going to follow the current difficulty tier that you're on. So if I have an Infernal Horde key and I'm on Torment 3 and I use it, I'm going to go into a Torment 3 difficulty Infernal Horde. And the same is true for Nightmare Dungeons. So we're pretty excited about that change because, again, you know, coming back to all these things we've talked about, where it just kind of makes things easier, just makes life easier.
Yeah, it's a big quality of life change because on live right now you get a bunch of sacred, Nightmare Dungeon keys, and I'm sure everyone runs a ton of World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons. Right? You definitely don't just pop in to get a sacred weapon, but what I'm getting at is a lot of those keys just end up getting salvaged. And now when all keys can sort of carry weight through various torment tiers, getting a nightmare key is this interesting choice of like, well, do I keep it or do I run it now? Because if I keep it, I can just use it at a later time. And it's really about giving player.
I mean, if you salvage, you get the powder anyways.
They want to run this content. We're not just going to invalidate that key and say, oh, in Torment 2, you need to find a new key to do this thing. So I think it's definitely making key management a lot easier and more fluid as well. One thing on the pit, Aislinn, that I think is really interesting is we definitely have rescaled the pit. Tier 100 is sort of like our 200 on live. But I think that's something
okay,
that,
so it basically means it's
we
not doable.
We definitely want to keep an eye out on PTR. We don't have any problems with increasing the amount of pit tiers. Like this is something we can definitely revisit if we see in PTR that
I just think
are insane.
after doing like 100, you don't get excited about doing 100.
We really like that
again,
it's a razor and
that you can't do,
and we don't want to take that away from players. So that's something that we want to get PTR feedback, and we could really use your help in breaking that system and seeing how far you can push.
Season 6 are going to add Tempest scrolls.
That's a great point.
They haven't talked about it,
you
as
know,
far
like
as I'm
we've
aware
said
of.
On this stream, there are going to be a lot of new player power opportunities coming, and so yeah, please show us what you got, as they say. Okay, so let's talk about, let's just dive a little more into the details. I think we went over a lot of this stuff already, but we can kind of go through this slide here. So yeah, all content in the game exists within an expanded difficulty tier selection, like we were talking about. I think an important thing to call out here is that, for example, Penitent is, if you're comparing it just to like kind of understand what it's going to look like relative to live right now, Penitent's kind of going to end up being like World Tier 2 if you added 45 monster levels on top of it. And that's intended to kind of be the upper echelon of like pre-max level character leveling. So if you really want to amp up the difficulty to as hard as you can make it, like going on to Penitent is where you want to be.
It's a cool little
and this is just a lovely little visual aid. We've got some cool new icons for these difficulty tiers. Normal, hard, expert, and penitent. It gets harder as you keep going. Okay, so yeah, and we really want this to be like opt-in, not progression locked. And so the vanilla Diablo 4 difficulty tiers kind of operated as progression tiers, right? And what I mean by progression tiers is the moment you get to World Tier 3, as Colin was saying, like you unlock sacred items, maybe you go into a dungeon so you can find a sacred weapon. And these things unlock so quickly and they drop so frequently that you kind of just got this huge burst of power and you never really got to feel that power. And we want to make sure that you are like feeling each upgrade you get in the game and it feels really, really punchy. And we really want these new difficulty tiers to be player guided. Like we want you to be able to make your own decisions.
My decision is go as high as possible.
On to the next one and what's the right pace for you. And of course, these new difficulty tiers are going to give you improving rewards. You're going to find more gold, more experience, and you're going to have more loot efficiency.
I think they're just trying to make it easier for like the casuals, and that's fine.
Fight the game on, the more efficient your experience.
If you guys didn't know,
effectively.
only
I think
one
that's
third
really
of players make it
go ahead.
past
Sorry,
level
go.
55.
Yeah, I was just saying that's really like what I view as the differentiating factor between what current V4 is and in the new patch 2.0 is if you enter Torment 1, you can find the best item in Torment 1. You could complete your character and get full best in slot and everything. It's just going to take a while, right? It's going to be less efficient. You're going to be getting less loot. And whereas in the live game right now, right, you just can't find the best things in World Tier 3. You are kind of obligated to go to that World Tier 4. And now, if you're able to clear higher torments with efficiency, that's just going to be the best option for you to find the gear more efficiently, but you aren't forced into Torment 4 to find the best items in the game.
Yeah, that's something I've really liked about it is that, we get to start the end game a lot earlier with Torment, right? Because there's nothing that you're excluded from. There's no awesome piece of loot that you can't find by Torment 1. And so you get to really start to test your build after it's kind of gotten some real optimization, I think much earlier into the journey than before.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeevan. And like a great example of that is what we're doing with the ladder bosses or the lair bosses. All of those unlock in Torment 1. The cost to summon them is static. It remains the same throughout all the Torment tiers. And what that means is if you can beat it on a higher Torment tier, you're going to get way more uniques. So you get a handful of uniques starting in Torment 1, way more uniques in obviously Torment 4, but the cost, because it remains static, we're not going to ask you to get anything extra like a Stygian Stone. That just means as long as you can kill that Torment 4 boss, you're getting way more efficiency out of that boss. I mean, it really is like this. It feels amazing to sort of progress through those Torment tiers and just unlock way more power opportunity.
Oh, these are cool.
Yeah, we don't really have this differentiation of like a regular version of the late game boss, like a regular version of Duriel, and then the tormented echo of Duriel. That's not really a distinction that we have anymore. Whereas like previously it would cost more materials to summon the tormented version, but it would give more rewards. Now it's the same cost across the different Torment tiers.
Wait,
it's
so
just if you're able to
lose?
conquer him on Torment 4, that's where you're going to get the absolute most bang for your buck in terms of resources in to loot out.
Very interesting.
Yeah. And I want to just double down on like Torment 1 is where the end game starts now. And just each Torment tier that you're ascending is making your end game, more fun, basically. Because you're going to be getting cooler stuff or more frequently. Okay, so enough about difficulty tiers. Let's move on to some itemization changes. So, item strength. We have what I like to call the item power shuffle happening in patch 2.0. Items with item power above 540 are going to be adjusted to 540. And affix bands.
Wait, so they're lowering item power?
In addition to this, rather, are going to be adjusted as well.
Wait, so why?
So yeah,
Why are they
items
reducing
at
it?
the new character level max are gonna max out at
So much of this stuff is
750.
so
That's not actually
weird.
the highest item power that's going to be in the game, and we'll talk about that more in just a second.
Oh, okay, it's not the highest.
But most items you're going to be finding once you hit max character level will be item power 750. And
it's
you're
like
going to be
you don't get excited about a lower item
much
power.
better item power items from levels 51 to 59. There's going to be big item power jumps. So once you start leveling your character past those original 50 character levels, you're going to start finding a lot better gear. Okay, so let's take a look at
So to get more item power,
what an
it has to be
ancestral item looks
it's
like
unique now.
in patch 2.0. Oh. Oh, could we? Yeah, let's take a look here real quick. So you'll notice here that this
The
item
number's like
has
1/4
800
of the
item
damage
power,
now
which is 50
on
higher
the
than the max
lucky
750 that I was talking about before. You'll also notice on the right-hand side that is the Torment icon. So ancestral items can be found starting on Torment 1. They're going to become more frequent as you ascend Torment difficulties, but they're still going to stay pretty rare throughout all Torment levels. You'll also notice that the greater affix on this item is highlighted. That is because now whenever you find an ancestral item, they're always going to have one greater affix. They can roll with more, but they will be guaranteed a single one every single time.
I mean, that's kind of good for uniques. At least you
So
get
let's
something.
dive in more into the
Hold on,
detail.
I wanted to compare
Right.
with the other Azure
Baseline
one.
is part of
Yeah, yeah.
finding a greater affix on live right
hold
now
on.
is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like,
Oh, it won't show the
okay.
number correct. Oh, it's like
got a greater
12?
affix on life per second. But now when you see an ancestral item,
It's like they
it's
cut
always
it in
going to have a
half.
greater affix. And that ancestral eye power bump, the affix bump, is going to feel really good. Even if you miss that affix, it's still a huge upgrade to your character if you haven't found one of these before.
Yeah,
Totally.
and sometimes, right, you get an item that has multiple greater affixes on live, and it's it's not at 925, it's not at the highest item power, and that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, well, it's kind of good, but it's a lower item
Basically,
power.
if
And
it's a
now
weapon, it matters.
things with
The
greater
rest don't
affixes
matter.
will be definitionally at that highest item power.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's at least nice.
Okay, so let's talk about the details here. So sacred items are not going to drop anymore. They're kaput.
What? Sacred items are
You're
deleted.
gonna
Good.
be looking at normal items pre-torments, and then you're gonna be chasing ancestral items.
What about
once
yellow
you are in
items
torment
actually having
tiers.
a purpose? Let's see.
So yeah, starting in Torment 1, they're going to start to drop. As I said, they're going to become more common as you go up, but again, they're going to stay fairly rare. They're never going to, be like the only thing that's dropping. Ancestral items are intended to be where you're finding forever items. So when you find like a really good ancestral weapon or, of whatever slot that you may not have an ancestral item for, that's going to be a big moment. That's going to be an exciting moment where you're going to get something a lot better. Because they also have their own affix band as well. So these ancestral items are going to have better affixes than their non-ancestral counterparts too. Something to note is that greater affixes only drop on ancestral items. You're not going to be finding greater affixes on non-ancestrals. So when you see a greater affix drop on the ground, you're going to know that that is an ancestral item. Ancestral items also have 2 tempering slots, up from 1 on non-ancestrals, and they're masterworkable up to 12, whereas non-ancestrals are masterworkable up to 4. And finally, they are going to have higher aspect ranks too. So you're going to find legendary aspects that become better on ancestral items.
And Charles, we actually added a ton of power to legendary aspects to accommodate this. We didn't just sort of readjust where those power bands are coming from.
Yeah, all of the legendary aspects that now scale a little bit further into the ancestral tier, we basically just tacked on 5 new levels kind of on top of the current value. So you're just going to find even more powerful legendary effects than you have currently in the new ancestral tier.
It's going to be a lot of fun to find those.
Okay, Paragon. Ooh, this is going to be good.
Whew, let's move on to Paragon.
All right, glyphs getting
So we
reworked.
have some
Blue
pretty
glyphs
big
good.
glyph updates coming.
Oh,
with
dang!
patch
Look,
2.0.
whoa, going to
There's been a
100.
significant rework to
Ooh.
how many ranks you can earn on any given glyph, from 21 to 100, which is a lot of new ranks. But we want to make sure that there's still texture in that system, right? And so because of that, we also have a new a new glyph rarity, legendary. So once you upgrade a glyph to rank 46, it becomes a legendary glyph, which you can see here on the right. This spirit.
No
glyph
more
is
Nightmare
level 50,
Dungeons,
so
guys.
it's past that
Moving
46
away
rank,
from
it's
Nightmare
legendary.
Dungeon. It's moving to the
You're
pit.
going to get a glyph radius increase at rank 15,
Wow.
which is already in the live game. But you're also going to get another radius increase at rank 46 when it becomes legendary. And this is making them bigger than they could have been previously. So you're going to get more space.
Yeah, they're just making this like D3 now.
And when a glyph
Definitely.
becomes legendary, it also unlocks a significant bonus, more so than it did before. And you can see that on the bottom of this glyph here. It's got the legendary bonus, increases critical strike damage by 21.6%. And it's very important to note that this is a multiplicative bonus. This 21.6% is not an additive bonus. So you're going to be getting a lot of power.
I don't know why they're trying to make it more casual, but then add in the words like multiplicative and
Something else I
additive,
want
which
to bring
is
up
definitely
is that
not
glyphs
casual
are
friendly.
moving to the pit. So you're going to be upgrading your glyphs in the pit.
I actually prefer
You're
that.
no
I'm
longer
so
going to
over
be
Nightmare
upgrading them in
Dungeons.
Nightmare Dungeons.
I like that change.
And
First
it's going to be
huge
an
win for
attempt-based
sure.
system.
This
So when you
announcement.
finish a pit run, you're going to go to the end, and you're going to be able to have some chances to level up your glyph and increase their ranks. And if you are in a pit that is 10 tiers higher than your current glyph, you're going to have guaranteed success. And for every 20 pit tiers that that the pit level you're in is higher than your current glyph that you're trying to upgrade, you're going to get bonus ranks so that you can accelerate the process. Do you want to speak more to that, Colin?
Yeah, I think this is a really important note because you could easily look at the rank 100 and be like, oh my god, the grind is even longer. But based on how that upgrade chance works, it's guaranteed as long as you're beating pit tiers that are higher than your glyph. And then how that bonus math ends up playing out is if you're beating, for example, a pit tier 30, that's roughly somewhere between today's world tier 3 and 4, you can upgrade a glyph from 1 to 15 in 3 runs. So you think about the difference between today's game and patch 2.0, you're getting those glyphs leveled way faster if you're pushing that difficulty. And what we really wanted to do here was we've heard a ton of feedback around how the XP system for Nightmare Dungeons feels really grindy. It also just doesn't serve the Nightmare Dungeons very well, right? It's like, how do I get to the end as fast as possible, but nothing in the dungeon matters, right? And that what that does is in the pit, it's all about speed and efficiency, and it sort of embraces that. And we think that that's just really going to accelerate your pit glyph upgrading speed. And the chance, you could sort of, I want to be really clear with the chance. The chance-based system is essentially there because it felt really bad when it was binary. Like when we said, hey, you need to beat the pit tier, or you need to beat a pit that's 10 levels higher than your glyph, and if you don't, you get nothing. That just felt really bad. So the chance is not there to increase the grind or slow down progression. It's actually just there to protect from like it feeling just terrible to not get literally anything from that run. So again, to be clear, it's 100% chance as long as you're pushing difficulty. We think that this fits the content a lot better. We've heard a ton of feedback around like the pit rewards feeling lackluster, and there's not really a reason to push difficulty. You know, you sort of just want to hone in
the
on
bosses
like
are way
90
too
or
hard.
101, depending on where you're at in terms of your progression journey online.
I'm glad he understands the
This
101.
system really encourages you to push and gives you a tangible reward every single time you do it.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think it's important that there's the consistency of like the communication between, right? So, hey, my glyphs are currently level 50. Well, what kind of pit tier should I be approaching to upgrade these? Well, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, right? You just a little bit higher so that you can keep pushing that harder content. And also, if you have a glyph down at level 1, because maybe you haven't paid attention to that glyph, it's going to level up much faster if you are already proven yourself, proven that you can hang in pit tier 50, for instance. You're going to level those up very quickly.
I think what's also cool is if you have a build that you feel isn't doing as well as you go up in Torment, it makes it a lot easier to kind of snap something back in and catch up faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the further you progress, the easier it is to level those up. So here we have a video basically just showing off what the new UI looks like for upgrading a glyph in patch 2.0. So you can see that it's showing you the current pit level you're on, the current success chance.
This is literally D3 though. It's like the gem system
and
basically.
something else I want to call out is that when you are...
Wait, it requires emerald fragments?
So this is rank 45 to 46 explicitly, which is the moment where you are increasing it from
why does it
rare
cost like
to
gem
legendary.
powder?
And something important to note about that is that it does cost a fairly significant amount of gem fragments as well, but it's giving you that increased radius size and the new multiplicative legendary bonus, which is pretty sick. And here we have an example of showing how the radius gets even bigger in patch 2.0. I want to call out here that the midpoint says level 21. That is not correct. It is level 15 where the radius increases. But yeah, previously there was only one radius increase. Now with legendary glyphs at rank 46, there is a second radius increase. Okay, so let's talk about some more stuff related to Paragon. We have realm partitioning for Paragon now.
Oh, points are shared across entire realm?
Colin was talking
about.
Wow,
that's really cool.
We have realm-based Paragon
that
points
actually
now.
makes
so your
so
Paragon
much better.
points are going to be shared across an
This is literally D3 though.
And
it
remember
really
that what
is.
a realm is like either seasonal softcore or seasonal hardcore or the same for eternal. Those are realms. And these Paragon points are going to stay latent on a pre-level 60 character. And what that means is that, you know, if you have, let's say, 150 Paragon points 60, on a realm,
good. Okay.
Those Paragon points will remain inactive on any character that's pre-level 60. But once you hit level 60 on that character, they will have those 150 Paragon points. And it's also important to note that any Paragon points you earn on any of your characters in that realm are going to be shared among all characters in that realm. So if you earn 25 or 50 Paragon points on one character,
That's
and then
good.
hop over
This
to
is
your
actually a
alt,
good change, though.
you're going to have 25 or 50 more Paragon points to spend on that character too. And in
What do you guys
addition to
think,
this
good or
change,
bad?
we have a pretty hefty Paragon level increase. So right now, the current max, besides Renown and Altar of Lilith bonuses, is 200. And we're increasing
With
that
300,
up
I
to
could get every
300,
single Paragon
which is
point.
going to give you a lot
Wait, what?
more
That's,
levels to chase.
that means actually
throughout
less
any given
choices.
season.
Because you just get all the Paragon boards. Right? Unless there's new Paragon boards.
Okay.
Oh,
And
new
in
boards for
light
each
of
Okay,
these
never mind.
changes
Okay, it's
coming
fine.
to
It's fine.
Paragon,
It's actually better.
We've made
than-
some adjustments to the way that boards work as well. So because we're offering so much more power with legendary glyphs, and they mean so much more to your build, you know, we're looking to set a maximum for the number of Paragon boards that
You
you
can only get
equip at any
5.
given
That
time.
feels really low.
And this is also because, you know, on live right now, the best strategy is to aim for as many glyph slots as possible. You just go off.
Yeah.
You oftentimes ignore whatever legendary node
Well, it's 'cause
bonus you're getting.
A lot of
just for
legendary
the
nodes
glyph
don't
slot.
work. Like if
And
you're
we wanna make sure
Werebear,
that
the
you're really
werewolf ones are
focusing
useless,
on
right?
these legendary nodes, and that you're focusing on these really cool legendary glyphs that you're getting, and really think about those choices instead of gunning for like every single glyph, for example.
This also
something I
complements
really-
the additional. I was just going to say this really helps complement the additional 100 more levels. Like we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels really flat once you hit 100, that there's just no more progression. You don't really need to kill any of the monsters anymore unless it's explicitly to get the loot drop off of them. And that kind of feels bad, right? Like I'm walking through this dungeon and like I get literally nothing out of killing these monsters. So with the board limit, we've packed a ton of power with additional Paragon levels to grind, a ton of power with the legendary glyphs, but it also creates a situation where once you've achieved all those different things, you don't feel so bad necessarily around not getting to that Paragon level 300. At a certain point, you start to really just sort of really need to hone in on your build, and those extra Paragon points are going to start providing you more of a show of sort of how badass you are, and give you incremental progress that's a little bit less sort of demanding that you must grind through all of this content to unlock every part of your Paragon board.
Yeah, and something I'm pretty excited about this is that, you know, sometimes on live it can feel like my goal is to get a new Paragon board, and as soon as I achieve that, my goal is to get a new Paragon board and get off the one I just unlocked. And I think this change really lets me kind of explore the boards and think about what specific route optimizations I want to take.
But you get all the
and
Paragon boards
lets
at
me
the start,
personalize
right?
it a little more, which I'm a pretty big fan of.
Well, I know we have we just went through a ton of content right here with all the changes that are coming for progression to Paragon to
Okay, maybe we'll
itemization.
wrap this in part
I know it was a
one.
lot for people to hear.
It is
We
a
will
lot.
actually have a blog immediately up after the stream that will kind of also explain a little bit more of this to players so that they can actually get a understanding in their own cadence of
All right,
like,
well, I'm going to
what
wrap
is-
this part as
what is,
part
gonna
1.
be
I don't know if
changing
there is
with
part
patch
2 to
2.0
this.
for Diablo 4 in regards to some of the progression items. I know, Colin, we're seeing a lot in chat of like, you know, people are noting like, hey, this feels
the chat was
3-ish in ways.
Yeah,
I don't know if you wanted to chat or like
Okay,
comment on
so I don't know
that.
if we're just gonna hear like Q&A. I'm gonna wrap this up for the YouTube part of like part 1. I'll make a part 2 if we need it. It might just be kind of a wrap up here. But let me know your thoughts down below. Like I said, I've always enjoyed it. Diablo 1, 2, and 3. They all feel different. But Diablo 4, I kind of felt like it had its own identity at the start of like Season 0. But now it is definitely moving into Diablo 3. Whether that's bad or good, you let me know. All right, so let's continue.
What we
See
saw,
if we need to make a part
you all were
2.
really resonating with, which is getting to the end game faster. And we felt like, okay, well, we could add a World Tier 5 and add Ancestral, Uber.
World Tier 5 was
Ancestral,
already leaked
and
like
increase the level cap.
I don't know,
But that would
last
mean
year.
You just need to grind more. To
Peeps
get
on
to
the
that
chat?
point
All
where
right.
You're finding your forever items, doing item
Whoops.
modification. And we could add a World
The
World
chat's
Tier 6,
disabled, though.
Uber Ancestral.
Wait,
right?
how does
And, it
chat
just
was
sort of,
disabled though?
made us reevaluate what
Yeah,
is important.
chat's
What's
disabled.
important to us is getting people into the end game.
So I don't know,
getting
man.
people finding their forever items.
Oh, on
smashing
Twitch.
monsters,
Right.
getting more powerful.
Because I was gonna say, how are they
item
talking about
modification
the
and efficiency?
chat?
So that was part of it. And then the other part of it, I'd say, is I think Diablo 4 more.
There's more people
than
watching
any
on
Diablo
YouTube than Twitch.
has had a
Interesting.
ton of item customization and
We'll
power
look at the
along the
chat.
leveling journey.
Where's the chat?
Which really makes the leveling progression feel different, right?
I love
if you're
D3. This
tempering,
update's a big
if you're
W.
viewing aspects,
PoE.
if you're really min-maxing your reward scheme, you
If
can really
2.0
push
is D3,
difficulty tiers
3.0
early.
will be
Play
D2.
D3 hard is really
That's the
only
best
real
comment.
difficulty, right? But because we have so many different ways to grow your power, we think that represents a pretty fun challenge of like, how do
Yeah.
I take all these pieces and really push as early as I can to get to
That comment is like, dude, hold on, we need to like
and
favorite that. That was the
one more
greatest
thing,
comment I think
That's
ever.
really important to note is the jumps
Hold on,
between
can I go
torments
back?
are pretty enormous. We don't expect
Dude, I need to
you sort
screenshot
of
that. That is
play
the
it,
greatest.
like today's D3, where you essentially log in, get your Hadrig
We'll keep
set,
that.
and hop right into Torment 16. The
Oh, dude,
jumps
okay.
are actually pretty.
Okay, he
enormous
understands.
between
I feel like
Torment
Colin
1 and
actually
2, and it
understands the
creates
game.
this really fun like progression through those Torment tiers, and
Like
it
at a
feels
level
like
that I
meaningful
want
step
people to
forward when you get
understand.
into Torment
It's not like
2
a
and then Torment
casual,
3. We're hoping
you
this
know.
doesn't necessarily feel like a 2-hour sort of journey through the Torment tiers, and then now you're in Torment 4, and that's how you play the rest of the game.
Are mythic still a thing? Are we getting set items back?
Yeah,
Awesome.
and also one thing I'll add is, shouts to Twitch chat. Everything that you say, hey, you like what we're doing, big dub.
I don't know
We
why they
appreciate it.
disabled
Much
the
love for
YouTube chat though.
The response. Also, all the people in Twitch chat who are like, I don't like this. This isn't working for me. Much appreciation the same. We're looking at what you're saying. We're thinking about it, and we're going to try to incorporate it and make the game better.
The Hellfire.
And I think it's interesting. I'm seeing the sort of Diablo 3 references, and it's like, from our perspective, if something really worked well in Diablo 3, that's more important to us to like do the thing that the players felt like was working for them than anything else, right? The fact that we've done it before in any form, to me, wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And
I
just
think
doing it
that,
the right way.
yeah,
I just said doing it the right way for D4. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
This is the difficulty of doing everything remote. It feels like it's like a Zoom call, but interrupting each other. And also big shout out to Twitch chat for calling out Jeevan's cord management. I've seen that message a few times already. But so thanks, Aislinn. Thank you, Colin. I know.
Is that
Colin's
wrapping
gonna be
things
joining us
up?
more on a couple other topics, but we still have a lot to talk about in this stream. And the next thing that we do want to talk about is class changes and everything.
Ooh.
And so Charles will be
class
taking us through
changes,
all the
guys.
class changes
Season
for,
6
patch
and
2.0.
expansion. Let's go, man.
Yeah, awesome. So before we get into some of the slides and details, I just wanted to thank Colin and Aislinn for talking about all the systemic updates that are coming. How we're going to test your character and how you're going to progress through it. But my topic's going to be a bit more about how, what are the exact abilities and skills and new legendary effects and uniques that you're gonna get to take on these awesome challenges that are set up through the difficulty tier system. And also a slight disclaimer, PTR is a very early build for whatever is going to go live on patch 2.0, and some of the assets that we've captured here are also still early on, and so some of the exact numbers or some of the wording may slightly be changed, so definitely refer to the patch notes, which we're going to be publishing right after the stream, for the exact details and kind of final.
Dude, I'm so
numbers that are going
to be so sad if they nerf the rogue damage for Dark Shroud
before we actually launch
and second wind
live. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start talking about
balance
some
updates,
of the tempering changes
season
that are going to
6
come
and expansion.
in patch 2.0.
The massive update.
Tempering is a system that we introduced back in Season of
Weapon
Reborn, Season 4,
multiplicative.
that gave you a way to really customize your items and kind of make your build your own. And we've received a lot of feedback on the tempering system, and we're really committed to iterating on and making sure that this system is the best it can possibly be going forward. One of the key points of feedback that we heard was around weapon tempers. So these affixes that you get to attach to your weapons, right? Your weapons are your big important part of your build and your character. And there was a big disparity here where some affixes that were on weapon tempering were multiplicatively increasing your player power, right? Things like double projectiles or things of that nature, or bash cleaving, which was a multiplicative bonus. And others, not so much, right? You had some other ones
the
that
flurry
were
size,
more,
twisting blades. Like those were memes, man.
And they just were hard to compare against each other. And so going forward in patch 2.0, we've made all weapon tempering affixes multiplicative damage increases, oftentimes to very specific skills. And to accommodate this, we already had one bonus projectiles, And now we're going to have new affixes that give skills chance to deal double damage, which means if triggers the chance to deal double damage, the entire skill is just going to do twice as much damage as before. Every hit of it will deal double damage. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of deal.
Dude, it's gonna be so crazy with like
and then the
baseball
chance to hit
boots.
twice is the chance for any time it deals damage, you just get an extra hit of damage. And this allows you to trigger things like lucky hit procs or anything that counts the number of times you deal damage. That's going to trigger an extra time with the hit twice. Offensive tempering affixes, these are the ones that can also go on your weapons, but can go on other spots as well. These are going to be additive damage increases. And these will often be to broader categories like bonus fire damage or bonus critical strike damage. And whereas the weapon temperers are often talking to more specific skills. And so here we can see an example with the Shadow Augment's Execution, where we have the Sever projectiles chance to cast twice, but now we've got new ones that are chance for Reap to hit twice. So you cast Reap, and every target you hit, there's just a chance to get 2 hits on that target instead of 1. And Corpse Explosion, whenever you cast Corpse Explosion, there is a chance for the entire skill to deal double damage to every target that it hits. Additionally, we've moved those size and duration affixes, which we think are really cool and really interesting ways of modifying your skills. We've moved those over to the utility category.
That's good.
So they're not
I think that's
directly
good change.
competing with these multiplicative damage increases.
Yeah, because you want to get like grenade size and damage, but they're both on the
make
same.
my area hit a little bit larger or to have a longer duration on a buff. So there's not as much opportunity cost to investing in those size and duration affixes, which are still really cool ways to customize your character. We just don't want them to compete with damage. And finally, we know that oftentimes tempering leads itself to, hey, I see this list of 5 or even 6 affixes sometimes. We really are going to try to be limiting tempering recipes to at most 4 affixes that could possibly go
I'd rather
on
than just let us
to give you a
choose the
little bit better
temper.
odds of
You know
actually
what I
getting
mean?
one that you care about,
Just
or
let us
one that you
choose
want,
it.
and just be a little bit easier to kind of comprehend. And even so, we're trying to set this limit at 4, but oftentimes we're aiming for just 3 on the recipe, depending on how the grouping them together in ways that make sense. So this is an active area that we're working on, really trying to make sure that it's not quite. It's easier for you to get the right affix out of the tempering recipe by limiting that the number that are on there. All right, next up we've got changes to ultimate skills.
Ultimate's
so
getting
ultimate skills
changed.
can now
Wow.
gain skill ranks. This is probably pretty self-explanatory, but just like every other skill in the game, ultimate skills
Now
can be ranked
ultimates
up to
can
rank
actually
5,
maybe
skill
be
3.
good.
And just like every other skill, increasing the skill rank will increase the damage output of the
Invest
ultimate
into
skills, but it's also
Harlequin,
going
man.
to give you cooldown reduction on these ultimate skills as well. So oftentimes other skills you just kind of get one or the other, right? Sometimes it's a cooldown reduction, sometimes it's a damage or healing increase. On ultimate skills, you're going to get kind of the best of both worlds. It's going to be increasing the damage output and reducing the cooldown.
Like people mentioned, it's going to be more like D3.
Finally,
Hopefully, Infinite Wrath of Berserker.
Bonus skill ranks on this, such as Harlequin's Crest, the Shaco, that gives plus to all skill ranks. These are only going to apply to ultimate skills that you've already learned in the skill tree.
Oh, so
and
you
this
can't
is to
equip
make sure
multiple
that you
ultimates.
still
Okay.
can only
That's
equip one
unfortunate.
ultimate skill.
Yeah.
You can't like get plus ranks to all skills and then suddenly have access to.
I can't do
ultimate skills.
Cataclysm,
We still
Grizzly
don't want
Rage.
that. We still want you to pick one. But you're just going to be getting, you're going to be able to really juice that ultimate skill up. If you really want to make, Lacerate be really strong, that's going to be a powerful effect that you can invest more skill points into. All right, so those are some of the general updates. Let's now talk about the new content coming for each individual class, starting here with our
Where's
Barbarian.
the Spirit Barn, though? Oh.
All right, so sometimes
new
you're
skills?
playing as a Barbarian and you experience a problem, right? You are standing here.
This is a new skill,
and
right?
There's an enemy over there.
Is this on a new skill?
What to do? Well, a good Barbarian is going to throw their weapon at the enemy over there to kill them at a distance.
New skills,
Right?
guys.
So now we've got a new
right?
skill called Mighty Throw. It's going to hurl your weapon at an enemy. It's going to deal damage on impact. And then it's going to stick in the ground and do some pulses of damage over time. So even if the initial impact doesn't kill them, there's going to be some extra pulses there.
Oh, okay. So now with the
Additionally, we've got some upgrades
The
for
third
it, just like our
sword?
other skills. Enhanced Mighty Throw is going to increase your attack speed while the weapon
dude,
is out.
this is awesome.
And then you can either opt in a Fighter's Mighty Throw, which is going to give bonuses to that pulsing damage.
Dude, that's so cool. This
Causes
is just
your
in like the
weapon
new
swaps
season. You
to
just get a new
pulse
skill
even
for.
more and give you a bit of barrier.
Hopefully, each class gets
Or you're
one
going to
or
opt into
two.
Warrior's Mighty Throw, which is going to dramatically increase the initial impact damage, and it's going to stun enemies on impact. Let's take a video clip of this in action. All right, so we've got Barb, just simple example here with a few enemies.
Reminds me of like
throws out
the Boulder Barbarian in
ephemeral version of the
D3.
weapon, lands, deals a big chunk of damage, and then pulses over time before returning back to you.
Cool looking
I was
skill.
a huge fan of double throw in Diablo 2, so this is really exciting.
Yeah, it looks sweet too. It kind of like bluish yellow, like ancient-y kind of color scheme to it. The VFX looks awesome on it.
So ranged barb is definitely happening in patch 2.0.
For sure. If you want to
Live.
spec really heavily into this, yeah, you're going to be throwing weapons out like crazy.
New
All right, so we've also got some new key
yes.
passives and new legendary Paragon nodes for every class here.
Every
so for
class.
Barbarian, we've got Barbed Carapace. This is a key passive, so it's going to increase your thorns based on how much fury you're spending. And whenever you cast a skill with a cooldown, it's going to grant you unhindered for a duration, which allows you to move through enemies. And then enemies that are close to you are going to take bonus, or going to take damage from your thorns every second. You're going to kind of pulse damage of your thorns every second.
I still think that
Now, this is
Spirit
really
Bond's
cool. It
better
really
for
enables,
thorns, to be honest.
Thorns Barb, which we had a little bit of support for.
Because it
but
works on
one of the
every
big
single
problems with
attack.
Thorns is that you really wanted enemies to hit you and hit you quickly. And this gives you another alternative
Earthquake
to deal,
Dust Devils.
bonus damage or to really pay off for building up all that thorns with this new key passive. Additionally, we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature. Your Earthquakes have a chance to spawn Dust Devils, and your Earthquake damage is going to be increased by your damage against close enemies. So this is really plays into these Earthquakes and Dust
150.
Devil effects, which we kind of call
150
sub-powers
X is pretty
internally.
good.
These effects that are not skills that you cast directly, but some of your legendary effects will spawn these.
And then I'm
Earthquakes
guessing
and
those
Dust
are
Devils.
like,
This is just a
are
new
those
way
passives
to
or
really power those
aspects?
up and blend them together in the same build. Additionally, we're adding some new passives to the skill tree.
Oh, new passives
And
too.
this has really helped to
On this tree,
give you
okay.
a way, along with ultimate skill ranks, to spend a lot of those new points that you're getting by leveling up from 50 to 60.
Irrepressible would be pretty good with
We're giving you
the
some
third
new
sword.
ways to invest
You
those.
just spam it, so. Ooh,
All right,
new
we also got
items.
some new items, of course.
Oh.
We've got the Ugly Bastard Helm, a new unique
I like that
helm
name.
for barbarians, and it makes you so ugly that whenever you are berserking, all of your damage is converted into fire damage. And so that's really interesting.
This is what I love to
Barbar's
see.
Always had this little bit of like light fire theme. You had a few different effects that dealt fire damage, and now if you really want to play a fire barb, this is the unique helm for you. Also playing into that, we've got Aspect of Flaming Rampage, which causes your charge to deal some fire damage, and Aspect of Shattering Steel, which will cause your Steel
Dude, I
Grasp
hope
and Iron Maelstrom
this is
to
gonna
do
be
some
a good
bonus
meta
physical
build.
damage. All right,
Oh,
moving on to the
Druid,
Druid.
okay.
The Druid gets a new skill, a new core skill, in fact,
Okay.
called Stone Burst. And this is a core skill that's channeled. It kind of has a very unique kind of input mechanism compared to pretty much any other skill in Diablo 4. And as you're channeling it, you target an area, and as you channel it, the affected area grows in size over about 1 second of channeling. And at any point, you can release the channel, and it's going to deal a big burst of damage to whatever size you kind of landed on there.
Cool, it's like a charge up like explosion.
You
I
could,
like that
tap it really
idea.
quickly and just do one pulse of damage to a small area,
But
or you can
I'll be
channel
honest,
up for a little bit longer. And
people
hit
don't
a
like
much
channeled
wider
skills,
area,
except for
depending on
Whirlwind. That's the one
exact combat
exception.
scenario you find yourself in, or how the enemies are distributed on the battlefield here. Of course, we've got our upgrades that increase damage to the enemies hit in the initial radius, so really doubling down on that single target capability of a core skill. And Primal Stone Burst gives you some attack speed, and Raging Stone Burst will dramatically increase the spirit cost, but also give it a ton more damage. So if you have a ton of spirit generation, then that might be the upgrade you look for.
I wonder if
in
attack
Stone
speed
Burst.
makes it like
Let's see a video of
ramp
this
up
in action.
faster. Okay, let's see.
All right, so you see it ticks up. There's like 3 different levels, like small, medium, and large. In
So it's
this
kinda
one,
like a hurricane that
Druid
you
kinda
cast?
held it for a while, but you could release it at any time. And so here you see like just kind of rapid firing a lot of quick, small shots, just because they knew that would be enough to clear out the enemies here. And also while you're channeling, it does some pulses of damage to enemies in that area as well.
This is cool.
The channel explosion is so satisfying to blow up just so many monsters.
Yeah, it gets
It
huge,
really feels
and
amazing.
it looks so sweet too. I really hats off to the VFX artists who worked on making these look so beautiful. The new skills here. All right, so of course, Druid also has new passives, a new
check out
key
the new
passive
passives.
called One with Nature that really empowers companion builds. You know, we've heard a lot that players love playing with companions. They're wolves, they're poison creepers, they're ravens, and this is going to be the key passive for you. So all of your companion skills gain an additional companion, and they deal increased
but you can.
damage.
I wonder if you stack that with the.
And there's also a little bonus,
what's that
basically,
other one
with you gain the passive
always
effect
play?
of all of the companion skills.
Another
now,
one?
if you're taking this key passive, you're probably taking these companions anyway, but just in case, you know, your build is such that, well, I just want to take, you know, 2 out of the 3, right? I can put wolves and poison creeper on my bar, but
Yeah,
you know,
ravens
maybe
get left out,
you
man.
don't have enough skill slots to put in ravens. You're still going to be able to get the passive effect of that when you take this key passive, because we just want you to have tons of these companions, really leading the charge here.
Dang, there's
We've also
human
got,
boosts, yeah.
a new legendary
Let's
Paragon
go.
mode that plays right into this One with Nature key passive. Casting a companion skill is going to increase the companion active skill will grant you bonus ranks to all of your companion skills for a time to really buff up the damage of those. Just like before, we've got some new passives coming into the skill tree as well. I think some of these might have some temporary icons on them. So like I said, these were from an early build. Some of the icons or very specific art might be adjusted. So, you know, bear with us. This is the nature of
It's fine. I don't think
PTR
we
and
care
early
too much about
development.
the artwork of the little icons, but.
All right, moving on to some of the items. Oh no, we've got a video. Oh right, a video of really leading a wolf pack here, right? So this includes
army
wolves
build.
with the Storm's Companion to turn them into.
Yeah, I actually have the
werewolves.
build guide for this one.
And
It's
I'm sure there's
it's
some other
pretty
ones here, like
spammy to
aspect of
actually
the
play.
Stampede is probably involved. You just have what is that?
Yeah, oh yeah,
7 wolves
Stampede, yeah.
following you around. You really get to lead the wolf pack with this.
This is the best video in our presentation. Well, actually, no, sorry. This is the second best video in our presentation. You guys will see the best video in our
Oh,
presentation.
dude, I bet you it's rune words. If they're hyping something up at the very end,
For all
it's
you
got to be
werewolf
rune
lovers
words
out there,
or
this
set
one is gonna
items.
really
It's got to be
good.
something
I'm
big.
really looking forward to playing with this.
Or them just announcing like the paladin's also going to be in Vessel of Hatred. That'd be
All right, so
crazy.
new items. So they've
All right,
got
let's check out the new
Stone of
items. Ooh,
Vehemence.
yes.
This is a unique totem that's going to empower your Stone Burst, the new core skill. So channeling it is going to grant you some damage reduction, and the final explosion will deal increased damage based on how long you were channeling it. So this just really encourages you to build it up to that max size and let off a huge explosion. And gives you some damage reduction, so you're kind of standing still for a bit. That's okay. You get a bit of bonus damage reduction. We've got a little bit more
shred,
legendaries on
yes.
Druid than the other classes, just because Stone Burst being a core skill, we know that the kind of bar to make a core skill really viable and useful, it does need a good amount of legendary items to support it, to really make a full build out of it. So that's why we've added 2 legendaries here for Stone Burst. We've got the aspect of Anticline Burst, which causes Stone Burst to deal increased damage, and if you cast it at or above 100 spirit here, it's going to immediately be at that maximum size. So you don't necessarily need to channel it as long as you are casting it when you have a lot of spirit. This synergizes really well with the Earth and Might key passive, which gives you full spirit when it triggers. So you can trigger Earth and Might and then immediately get a huge stone burst. We've got aspect of Shattered Defenses, which alters Stone Burst in a rather interesting way. It causes Stone Burst causes enemies to take increased damage from your other skills for a time and reduces Stone Burst spirit cost. This kind of converts Stone Burst away from necessarily being your primary damage source to being a bit more of a setup skill, right? You can kind of debuff enemies, and then you can find some interesting builds where you have other ways of spending your spirit, maybe another core skill or boulder or some other primary damage source.
I mean, 50s are pretty big amounts. That means you just have to play it in every single build. It's like Caltrops now. With Rogue, you just got to play
what kind of
it.
builds you make with Shattered Defenses. Additionally, we've got aspect of the Rabid Bear, which empowers your Grizzly Rage to apply rabies and increases your poison output. Stormcrow, which is just lightning ravens. Your ravens are now lightning. It looks awesome. And aspect of the Agile Wolf, which gives Shred a 4th attack. Shred normally is like a 3-part combo, and now it's a 4-part combo that deals even more damage on that 4th hit, and it's going to knock down enemies as well. All right, so that is Druid. Really looking forward to playing some Druid,
the new Necro stuff.
in 2.0.
Let's check
but
it out.
let's move on to the Necromancer, because we've got a lot to get through. We've got Soul Rift. This is a new Darkness Ultimate skill. So Necromancers kind of had 3 ultimates already. They had one that was blood, one that was bone, and one that was related to summoning. And now we've kind of completed.
So Necromancer just gets a new ultimate. I think I'd rather have a new ultimate. Core skill.
Soul Rift creates an area around your character, kind of follows with you, that just constantly deals damage over time.
Oh, this could
and it's going to be sucking out the souls of enemies who you're hitting. And every time it sucks out a soul from an enemy, you're going to gain some essence, and you're going to gain a barrier. So you can stack up this barrier. It helps you be survivable, and it deals, really good damage over time.
I wonder if it's going to be
Supreme
good
Soul
enough
Rift
to make a
gives you
build just
bonus damage for every
like
soul and Prime Soul
Righteous
Rift
Fire
the soul
in
absorption will
PoE.
also apply vulnerable. Let's take a video of this in action here. Right, so enemies all coming up.
Oh, so does it place it on the ground,
Charles, right?
or is it like around your character?
You have another way.
No, you
to
move
give
with
yourself
it.
Defenses. Necro.
It's like the Death's Bargain pants.
That, right?
They should have just called it Death's
absolutely.
Bargain.
I think
and
that's
just
a
add
really
the item
important
into the game
part
too.
here. And when we
That'd
get
been
to
cool.
the next slide, talking about some of the passives, I'll highlight. We're adding a bit more barrier into the Necromancer's kit.
But you already had like the Bone Storm.
Blood Necromancers always had a really easy time surviving. They had a lot of Fortify and a lot of max health, and really the other ones like the Bone and Shadow Necro
pretty
didn't
big
have quite as
AoE
much
too.
survivability, and so now we're introducing more barrier in more places to ensure that kind of non-blood Necromancer builds, the Shadow and the Bone and Summon Necros, have a bit more survivability and are able to scale into that late game pretty well. All right, so as I mentioned, the new passive. So they have a new key passive called Affliction. That there's this new concept of Affliction where applying vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time effects to enemies will apply them with Affliction, which is going to make them take increased damage from you and your minions. Additionally, when you apply a curse skill to someone or to an enemy who has this affliction, you're going to do a big chunk of shadow damage. So this kind of turns your curse skills, your Decrepify and Iron Maiden, into offensive skills. You can curse an area and then they take a big chunk of damage as well. And then this will scale up with the bonus damage that you've dealt, or the bonus affixes that you have for that crowd control, vulnerable, and shadow damage. And along that same theme, the new legendary Paragon node Frailty is going to cause cursed enemies to take more damage from you, and so it plays very nicely with the Affliction key passive. And once again, more skill tree passives to spend those extra points on. And I want to highlight Necrotic Fortitude here in the upper right that gives you it's just a generic passive that gives you a chance, a lucky hit chance to gain a barrier. And so that's going to be really good for anybody who wants just a bit more bump of survivability and to play into the more barrier focused on Necromancer.
Yeah, going back to Affliction really quick, I love the idea of using my curses offensively, like as a damage skill. I think that's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, it's
Literally.
really cool to just, yeah, definitely gonna be blasting with them. I think it's really thematic too. I love playing with it.
It pairs really well with the utility changes. Now that we have way more size increases in utility, it gives you so many more utility options. Those curses get pretty huge, and it feels great.
Yeah,
for all of us who just want to win by debuff spamming, I love that one.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about some of the new items coming for Necromancer here. So we've got a new unique item, the Unmaker, a unique helm. This is going to empower the Soul Rift, the new ultimate skill. Of course, you gain some skill ranks to Soul Rift, because now ultimate skills have skill ranks. And every 30 essence that you spend while Soul Rift is active will increase its duration up to 8 seconds. So as long as you're active and kind of spending the essence with the Unmaker, you're going to have a very long...
I can't wait to see Rogue, dude. That's what I really want to see.
And then for every essence that you gain while it's active,
Rogue and Sork for last.
Absorbing the souls does trigger essence gain. You're going to do a pulse of damage around you, some bonus damage. And so it really encourages you to just keep Soul Rift up all the time, be constantly gaining and spending the essence, and it's going to be really, really fun to make that build work. Additionally, we've got Reaping Lotus aspect. This empowers your Sever, your core skill. Sever will no longer return to you. Previously, Sever was kind of an out and back situation. Now it just goes out, and then it splits into 3 specters at the end, deals some extra bonus damage, and then that's the end of the Sever. So it really does empower it on the swing out, and looks really cool. We've got aspect of Fell Gluttony that empowers your Golem. Whenever you cast your Golem's active, deals a big pulse of damage around it. And your Golem will then consume corpses to reduce its cooldown. So anybody who really wants to build around making your golem as strong as possible, this is going to be the aspect for you.
It looks like the
And
bone
finally, we've got
spirit's going to be
phasing
even
poltergeist
stronger.
aspect, which causes your bone spirit to split into 3 spirits that deal a percentage of the damage.
I mean, if you can
as
hit
well.
all
I
the
think we got
targets
a
with
video clip of this one.
the first
It's really
one,
sweet. So you
that
cast
means
bone spirit at
120
one target, and then it spawns
percent
3
damage.
little mini bone spirits to seek out nearby enemies as well. So it kind of gives you increased area of effect, and if there's just one target, of course, it'll reconverge back on that same target as well. But also just adds a bit more AOE capability.
Yeah, because sometimes there's maybe some stragglers. When you use it.
Very
Oh,
cool.
this is what
All right.
matters. This is what we care about.
Rogue.
Yes.
Rogue gets Dance of Knives. This is a new channeled skill for Rogue. It's an
Oh,
ability
Resident
skill.
Sleeper for me. I
And
did
it
channeled
also
no
has
good.
a pretty interesting mechanic where it has some charges that will recharge, and how long you can channel it is based on how many charges you have. It's going to take 1 charge per second of channeling, but there's no energy cost or just like a normal.
Maybe we
cooldown.
could try
Here
Yen's
you can
Blessing,
just
guys.
Channel it as long as you have charges.
Usually, like I said, I
And
hate
while you're channeling,
channeled
you're going to
skills
be spinning around,
in
you're going to be
games,
throwing
except for
knives
Whirlwind.
at enemies nearby.
Unless you get to move.
And you're going to gain some movement speed and dodge chance. Really is kind of like a spin to win kind of build.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
You've got Enhanced Dance of Knives, which gives you some charge refund as you're moving with it, because that's what we really want to encourage is this constant motion, this forward momentum. And Methodical Dance of Knives drops some stun grenades when you finish channeling, or Disciplined Dance of Knives will slow.
Oh, 20% chance to pierce. Okay.
Pierce through the enemies that you're throwing the daggers at.
I'd rather just
Let's
run
take a
pen
look at
shot.
this
All right,
in
let's just check it out. Oh no, it
Here
is
we got the rogue
mobile.
just
Okay,
going
maybe it's not that bad then.
Throwing some daggers around at everyone, and yeah,
This is awesome for speed farming. This is like the best speed farming skill.
And that animation is just amazing.
Absolutely. And you can see there at the end they had the upgrade that drops a bunch of stun grenades at the end. Obviously, enemies were all dead, but if you use this to get into a big cluster of enemies, then you stop the channel, you drop some stun grenades, reset.
I'll be honest, I shoot one pen shot, it's killing the whole thing with
again.
Endarius.
Ton of fun.
Yeah, those are perfect.
I don't
for,
think.
like, you
Did we
run
get the
into an
lucky
elite
hit chance
pack
on that
after
one?
slaughtering a bunch of normals, and it just
It's
annihilates the elite. It feels
20,
amazing.
22 on base.
Yeah.
And because it's only a chance
Alright,
to pierce,
so new passives
might not
as
be
well.
super strong.
New key passive is Alchemical Admixture, and this is empowering your non-physical damage. So rogues can do poison, shadow, and cold through their various imbuments. And when you deal 3 different types of that non-physical damage, the potency of your imbuement skills is going to be dramatically increased for a time. And the more bonus damage that you build on your gear for bonus poison.
Oh, you can run Rakanot's Boots to give you bonus to all, and that could actually be pretty good.
To mix and match the different elements. It's really thematic with the alchemical kind of theme, and really supporting a build of rogue that we've kind of had in the game, but really wanted to give that robust support of a key passive for.
But does it have to be done through
Paragon
imbuments, or can I just use
which
like
encourages this
Doombringer?
kind of 1-2 combo of casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, increases the damage of your next skill, whatever it might be, by quite a substantial amount. So you can cast your dash and then position yourself, cast a big rain of arrows.
This would be very good for
Hits
rapid
very
fire.
hard. Very cool, and actually impacts your moment-to-moment rotation as well. And of course, we've got the new skill tree passives as well.
Oh, dang, I didn't get to see
new
all of them.
items.
Hold on.
We got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the ancestral unique ring.
Hold on, sorry. I literally just didn't
skill
get
tree
enough time
passives
to
as well.
screenshot that. 1 second. Okay, there we go.
All right, new items. We've got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the ancestral unique ring. Or sorry, just it's a unique ring. It's not necessarily, you can find it before ancestral tier. And this Pit Fighter's Gall will empower your smoke grenade. So your smoke grenade skill will increase your critical strike damage, and then leave a cloud of shadows behind. And while you're within that cloud of shadows, you're going to be constantly regaining stealth. And so there's a lot of interesting ways you can play off of triggering going into.
Oh, this could be actually really good for stun grenades.
Really
actually,
when you cast smoke grenade.
Kind of
We've
cool.
got an aspect of Star Shards. This is a new legendary to directly support Dance of Knives. And the daggers from Dance of Knives have a chance to shatter, creating more shards of metal that deal bonus damage. And you can now use combo points on Dance of Knives to further increase the channel duration if you've opted into the combo points specialization. Aspect of Poisonous Clouds plays well with Pit Fighter's Gall. When you gain stealth, you create a cloud of poison damage. And aspect of Splintering Shards, there's
just running poison
chance
clouds
whenever you're hitting a
might not be
frozen
too bad either.
enemy to create some ice spikes. So if you're freezing enemies because you're playing,
It's only 1/20th damage of Andariel's, Cav.
Splintering shards.
I'm probably just gonna play Andariel's. It just looks way too good. Ooh, the
All right,
sword.
moving on to the sorceress. The sorceress gets a new conjuration skill called the Familiar.
I like how
This
even
is
Blazer
a
just calls it the
conjuration skill that
sorceress,
is
not a
all three
sorcerer.
elements. It is a shock skill, a pyromancy skill, and a frost skill. So there's 3 charges of it, so you can cast it, back to back, and you summon a familiar of the element of your last skill cast. So if you just cast a pyromancy skill, you're going to summon a fire familiar. If you just cast a lightning skill, you'll summon a lightning familiar, and same with a cold, you'll summon
familiar
a cold
builds.
familiar. And with the enhanced effect, these familiars will do a bonus effect. So the fire familiar will constantly apply some burning to enemies that it's around. The cold familiar will chill, and lightning familiar will stun. And of course, their damage type is going to be based on what type they are, so that it'll benefit from all of your bonus fire damage.
And that aura, Charles, is really great, right, to tap into some of the passives on the sorcerer.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if there's a lot of passives that say, hey, you get bonuses against burning enemies, for instance. Now, if you have the fire familiar, that's
I wonder if you can play it with Frozen Orb
constantly, and you're going to have pretty high uptime on having familiars out because of the way the charge and duration works. Let's take a look at this in action. All right, so initially we cast a frost familiar here, right? It's jumping around and it's landing, it's dealing frost damage. Then we cast a fire skill. Now we get a fire familiar jumping around and kind of dive bombing on enemies. And then finally we get a shock familiar, a lightning familiar here that's going to deal lightning damage. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what skills you use, what combination you cast them in. And it's really flexible. It fits into a lot of different builds. Even if you're just a pure, say, fire sword.
Did they say there's a limit on this?
Just want to do burning.
Was there only like 2?
This could still fit
max?
Because you're just going to be able to summon the fire familiar. But it really reaches its maximum potential as you're kind of mix and matching these to suit the situation and apply the debuffs that you want onto the enemies.
You can have quite a few of these out. For the Sega demonstration, I think we only have a couple of them out on screen.
Oh, okay.
You can have up to 6, right?
Oh, you can have 6.
Yeah, you can have
6
up to
extra
6,
conjuration. It's gonna make
that
Fractured
would make a
Winter
lot more
Glass.
sense once we get to,
it has to be nerfed, guys. Otherwise, it's gonna be the best class in the game by a long shot. Because you get like 400
let's talk about
multiplicative damage. It's way too good.
We've got Enlightenment. This really also plays into the concept of mixing and matching the elements. You see it's got all 3 kind of colors on there. Casting a skill grants a stack of Enlightenment or 3 stacks if your skill was a different element to the one before. So you're alternating here. And whenever you gain max stacks, you're going to become enlightened, and you get a ton of bonuses for being in this enlightened state. But then it drops off over time. It's really a reward for mixing and matching those elements, more so than any other key passive we've had on Sorc before. And similarly with the legendary Paragon node fundamental release, each fire, lightning, cold attack you make against an enemy increases the damage they take from all sources by 10%. So you really need to hit them with all 3 types to gain the maximum bonus here.
Damn, it's gonna be perfect for like Fractured Winter
on
Glass.
To the unique items. So Side Bindings. This is a unique gloves, and this plays right into the familiar. So whenever you cast familiar with this unique on, you're going to summon all 3 elemental variants at once. However, it does come with a bit of restrictions on it. So Familiar's duration is going to be dramatically increased, and its cooldown reduced, but you're going to have 1 less charge.
It doesn't matter how much charge it is if you just get it off of your Fractured Winter
Quite as
Glass.
much, but you press the button once or twice, and then you get the maximum Familiars out. They're all over the screen, and they're going to last for quite a long time with this unique glove. So it's going to be really, really powerful too. If you're all about this conjuration build, all about amping up the power of the familiar, it's an awesome unique for that. Additionally, we've got new legendaries for the aspect of overheating. After channeling Incinerate for a time, you're going to deal bonus damage to the target. And casting Incinerate will refresh and maintain the bonus. So really just powering up your Incinerate.
What if you just tap it
charged flash,
for this and you can actually get more DPS?
And
we'll try
after
it.
you hit a certain number of enemies with charged bolts, your next 3 casts of charged bolts will no longer send out bolts. They're going to send out big waves of lightning that deal even more damage, and it's always going to be a crit.
I wonder if it works with Lamb Aeson.
And then aspect of Elemental Constellation, once again, more about the mixing and matching of all 3 elements. Casting one of the elemental skills we'll summon a matching type elemental dagger that'll pierce through enemies. And the damage of that dagger is going to be increased if you get all 3 of the different element types in that time frame. All right, so I think. Right, we've got
more
new
mythic
uniques. Of course, how
uniques.
could I
This
forget?
is what it matters.
New mythic unique items. These are
okay.
the strongest items in the game.
A new mythic chest.
We've got Shroud of False Death. And I think the really cool part about this is
do Shred Druid with the Blurred Beast, maybe.
Passives. And this is really awesome. As we're adding new passives into the skill tree, this is just a ton of power for this new unique.
I think Tyros is going to be more usable for everything, but it's +1 to all passives.
If you haven't attacked in the last 2 seconds, you're going to gain stealth and bonus movement speed. Now, stealth historically has just been a mechanic that has been on rogues and a little bit on druids with the werewolf builds. But now every class, if you get this mythic unique, is going to have some access to stealth. You can, drop out of combat for a little bit, and then you get into stealth, and you get tons of movement speed to, maybe move on to the next pack or move somewhere else in the dungeon.
And it's a really simple
line.
Slaughter enemies to steal Lilith's favor from allies.
All passives, which is insane. It's incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And we've also got the Heir of Perdition, a mythic unique helm. And this one has as an interesting effect. So it says, give into hatred and earn Lilith's favor, increasing your damage dealt by 60%. So just baseline, this is a huge damage bonus. And the second line here says, slaughtering enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from, or slaughter enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from nearby allies. So this means if you're playing in a group with, somebody else who happens to have the Heir of Perdition equipped, you are able to steal Lilith's favor from them. Lilith will only favor one of you, and you actually gain double the bonus of this, right? If you steal someone else's favor, you get 120% bonus damage. And they would get 0.
Wait, why are they encouraging people to
do it? No one else has their Perdition around. It's just a flat 60% bonus damage, which is still a ton and very impactful for a.
It's not too bad, unique. But +3 to core skills when you can have +4 to all skills.
Everything. Wow,
okay,
that is so much.
That was actually a pretty huge
new
end update. But Rune words, hold on.
I get to talk about some of our other, more regular class balance. changes,
regular. Okay.
Existing skills and legendaries. So make sure you definitely check out the patch notes. There is still more changes to come, but we're already really deep into this Campfire chat, and we didn't want to extend it too much longer. So make sure you check out the patch notes for all the details on those other changes.
All right.
As well.
Yeah,
pretty cool stuff, dude. That made up for everything. I'm so excited. Let me know, guys, which class you're playing in season 6. I'm obviously going to be starting out with Rogue. I gotta see if they're nerfing Andarios. If that doesn't get nerfed,
we still have 2 more things that we do want to really cover off.
Hold on, 2 more.
And
wait.
As Charles had mentioned, there are a lot of other class changes that we didn't actually fit within the presentation, like a lot of balance specific items. So
yeah, we'll check out the patch notes, guys.
And patch notes will be available on our blog.
Right after
PTR immediately after this.
We got to check that out, guys.
We are going to jump into some quality of life items, and so Colin, do you want to take
the
us
new
through
quality
of life,
the new tempering thing, right? Okay, hold on, we're not done. I was about to sign out.
So we can get to the super exciting, cool thing.
Move my face out of the way.
Yeah, so the first one here is
you can select your preferred town portal
location.
That's actually amazing.
How that's going to work is you're going to open up the map and hover over any.
You can select where you want to
click on it.
It's
going to set that as essentially your preferred location, and whenever you town portal, it's going to take you there.
That's cool.
This is really helpful.
That's a very good quality of life.
You just set the.
It's so good for Uber bosses.
Location,
so I don't have to teleport to a town where I want 5 hours away to salvage, right?
Then click on the waypoint, then click on accept. It's all very seamless, and it's just removing a lot of the inputs that you have to do to get back to town quickly.
Okay, cool. And then what else? What's there?
The next thing here is we're adding a dungeon key inventory tab for things like nightmare sigils. So that just gives you more space for more activities. So much room for activities. The next one here is we've done a pretty substantial rework of Monster CC, and this is in the spirit of we want to have really clear.
They're really letting us go faster.
Delineations between normal monsters and elite monsters, and we didn't like how often you were getting slowed down and how mandatory unstoppable could feel. So it always felt bad to be fighting this huge horde of enemies, and you see this elite, and you're paying attention to the elite, and then like this goat man Mauler comes up and like sneak attacks you and knocks you down for 3 seconds, and that's the thing that kills you. That always felt like bullshit, right? So what we've done is we've overhauled a lot of the normal
exactly
monster CCs
his
to be quick and
terminology.
snappy. Like you still feel them, you kind of want to avoid them still. But they're much less sort of the reason why you die entirely. So the vampire impale, when like the two-hander like comes and stabs you and stuns you for 3 seconds, that's turned into an immobilize. So you can't move, but you can just smack him in the face. And then the werewolf leap is another great example where previously they'd come out of stealth and leap attack on you, and you get dazed and you walk around confused. And now they just
I'm checking for the patch notes right now, guys.
This next change here is small, but I think it's a blaster's delight, which is all the monsters that had really long death animations all die instantly. You don't have to wait for the loot to hit the ground. It's very satisfying. You know, the big ass like spider hosts that crawl towards you. When you kill them, they pop instantly, and all the spiders go and hit the walls, and it feels great. The zombies feel really good too. Like they pop instantly when you kill them, and it's a very satisfying experience. So this should speed up combat quite a bit, and it just feels really good.
Okay. What's the last stuff?
The next thing here is their socketable inventory tab, another tab for you to put socketables like gems and other socketables.
Oh, other socketables! Rune words confirmed, guys. Other socketables.
The next thing,
I told you.
We took out just about all the.
What happened to the audio? Rip the audio. I don't know what happened. Oh, there we go.
Click on the plunger and don't get hit by the spikes. That's all been replaced entirely. With just monster packs of varying sizes, and it's just way more seamless. In this case, we only rolled some normal monsters, but sometimes it's a couple of elite packs. You never really know what you're going to get. It's like a Easter or a Kinder Egg, I should say, and it just helps the dungeon flow substantially, like to just sort of blast through those things. And then a handful of dungeons have had their procedural logic updated, just so there's more variation in the layouts. So when you play it,
socketable, dude, it's got to be rune words.
Really
that's the only thing
on our dungeon set to make them feel much more.
If that comes out in season 7 or the second expansion,
and then the next one here is
I'm hoping it's
minor,
season 6.
But it actually feels pretty good, and it has a big impact on the game. When you get those Paragon and level up notifications, we're actually going to tell you how many. So sometimes you'll realize, oh my god, I have like 15 skill points I can spend. And it actually tells you the number. It's a nice quality of life change.
Yeah, no, that's really good, man.
I think that's everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin, for running through quickly. I appreciate the efficiency of going through all the quality of life changes.
That was it, right? Is there anything
now
else?
I know Jeevan has been very quiet over here. He's only chimed in a little bit.
Okay, hold on. Big announcement.
We do want to talk about a new thing that is coming to Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for Vessel of Hatred players. So, Jeevan, will you talk us through it a little bit?
This is the big announcement, guys.
Yeah, so it's my privilege to kind of talk about a feature that the whole team's been working very hard on that we haven't really mentioned much. And you know, we looked at the expansion. We had all these cool things. You know, torment. New class
it's okay.
skills,
I already know about it. David Kim actually announced rune words way back in like 2020.
Particularly give
but it's rune words.
Build crafters a new way to play.
Yes.
For Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah.
This is for
it's got to be the rune words.
Like me, whose dream cooking show has nothing to do with British baking, but instead would be called Colin's Kitchen. Twitch chat, if you would binge Colin's Kitchen, let us know. Let's. And I think some of you already kind of have an idea. Let's get into. As some of you already know, we're going to be talking about rune words.
Oh, it is confirmed, guys.
So let's start with a little background. Rune words were in Diablo 2. And they were a very powerful way of augmenting gear.
The big surprise, dude. This is what people wanted.
There's a lot of good sort of nostalgic feelings. They were popular. They were remembered fondly. You can look on the right. That's one of the most iconic examples from Diablo 2. The name is Enigma, and you would make it with runes, Ja if Bur, and it would get you some really cool skills that would come out of it when you put it all together.
It's basically just teleport, man. The rest of the stats are pretty good.
For Diablo 4... we wanted to retain the soul of what Diablo 2 Runewords did, which is combining socketable components and creating more powerful items. But we also wanted to do something that felt appropriately fresh and new. And we wanted to lean into what's unique about the modern game to make the Diablo 4 version of Rune Words and make it stand on its own and really feel like the right version to be given to players.
Yeah, and what was so awesome about Diablo 2?
It's exactly David Kim's entire design. It's the same. I actually know how it works. I'll make a dedicated video
on other classes,
an updated one, but it's the exact same
across the screen. We really wanted to embrace that in a way that extended builds and didn't necessarily enforce you must play with this item. And we're really excited.
If you guys didn't know, he was before. I don't know at what point he left, but he was.
Yeah, and
he was the one that showed off that in the very beginning.
You started with from the base game, and we want to add on to those
in 2020. So it's like when you use this, you gain that, right?
What are Rune Words? They're a way for you to make your own spells. So there are two types of runes.
You can make your
runes
own
of
spells.
ritual,
Whoa,
and
hold
they
on.
specify actions from the player that they have to trigger.
I feel like this could be its own video.
Here of the Yule rune, which is a legendary quality rune of ritual. You have to cast a skill which has a cooldown. So, Frost Nova or something like that. Then you have runes of invocation. And these grant powerful effects as a result of satisfying those runes of ritual. So the example here, the Gar rune, gives you 2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds. And you can stack up to 10 times, up to 25%. And you can mix and match these. There'll be a lot of different runes of ritual and runes of invocation, and you can put them together as you see fit. So when you combine a rune of ritual and rune of invocation, you pair them together, you put them in an item with 2 sockets, boom, you form a rune word. And as you can tell, there's going to be rarity. We're going to have magic, rare, and legendary, and the higher rarity runes will have more potent conditions or effects. So one of the important elements of this is called offering, which is the rune resource system. So your runes of ritual will generate offering, and they're meant to feed into their linked runes of invocation so that they can consume that offering. And the sort of more demanding rituals that we would ask of you as a player gain you more offering. At the same time, the more powerful invocations that you would try to get require more offering. And so there's sort of like shared economy there. So if you can look at these runes on the right, you get 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown, and this rune only requires 25 offering for it to trigger. That's where overflow comes in. Overflow is when an invocation receives an offering in excess of what's needed to trigger it. But put more simply, we want you to have a mix and match system, but we want the pieces to be not super hard, that they can't fit together easily when they have some rough edges. So many invocations can get different bonus effects when overflowed. Some of them might get increased radius to the effect. Some of them might get increased duration.
Okay, so
but it'll always be proportional to the overflow amount. So as an example here,
so you just get 2 of the buffs.
The Gar rune only requires 25 offering, and it's getting double that, which is 50 from the Yule rune. So every time you cast a skill with a cooldown, you'll get 2 stacks of 2.5% critical strike chance, or 5% crit strike. And so that's kind of how you get to play with this system, and you get to optimize it in different ways.
And it creates a lot of flexibility, right? Even like if you do a really demanding ritual trigger, for example, on a really low offering rune of invocation, it's almost a way to start scaling that rune of invocation in a completely different way beyond just triggering the rune.
Exactly, yeah. It lets us as developers be more flexible in creating wide ranges of effects, sort of small ones, big ones, and also the same for the rituals. And you get to kind of decide which ones you think fit your build or are cool. And we do our best to make sure that you can almost cook up anything. So a few rules.
Okay, let's see.
Runes can be socketed into items with 2 sockets. We've added another item to get 2 sockets for Vessel of Hatred. So you'll have your helm, your 2-hander, your gloves, your helm, 2-hander, pants, and chest. They can only be paired with a rune of the opposite type.
That means
so
Barb gets 2 rune words. Barb confirms the best class.
You can have a maximum of 2 rune words equipped.
Oh, never mind.
You can't equip the same rune twice. And they're available for users who own Vessel of Hatred. They stack in your inventory in the new socketable inventory tab.
So you have to have Vessel of Hatred in order for you to be powerful in the next season.
Between other players who own Vessel of Hatred. And they unlock the quest in the campaign. Both.
Yeah. Oh, they said runes are tradable,
but also rune crafting, which we'll get into later.
Oh, there's crafting. Okay.
And they drop at a higher rate in the Undercity, which is a specific place you can.
Yeah, I don't mind them making it like an expansion-only thing.
Here. I mean, we get to actually see it in action.
Cool.
So this is the Barbarian, and the rune of ritual they have is travel 5 meters. Very simple. and they're going to join that to the Earthquake, which is a legendary aspect that you've already
So
seen.
can you
before,
unlink it, or is it like a one-time? Well, oh, you would just unsock it. Okay, I didn't know if you linked it before putting it in.
And then all they have to do is just run around. Boom, Earthquake,
It's gonna
dropping.
be insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The earthquake train is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards like the distance that you're moving, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa!
And you
Yeah,
you could
cut
see
the
it
video.
here in like the whirlwind,
Oh.
for instance. Like it's obviously spawning earthquakes. So
Was that a Druid Petrify Ultimate? This must be the wrong clip. All right, sorry guys. We're doing it live.
Wait.
Let's
We
move
can
on to the
get.
next one.
We're getting different stuff.
Okay, so we have a Necromancer here with the Rune of Ritual, cast a non-channeled core skill, getting 25 each. And then this is a classic from D2, gain +3 to all skills. So you'll get to see this Necro's got five skill ranks for Reap and Sever.
I mean, that's just
They're
numbers.
just gonna go out and
Numbers
cast
go
roll.
big.
Socketable Harlequin crest, pretty good.
So a little pew pew, just doing your basic core skill usage, filling up the offering needed.
Yeah, I really like the little tracking buff that fills up as you're getting.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
don't
sorry,
need to
offering.
really
So
micromanage this,
whatever
you can just at a
condition
glance see
that
hey,
needs
I
to be
just filled
met.
up, and now I get +3 ranks of Sever.
And then once that condition is met,
Yep. So now you're at +3. There you go.
depending on how much like the
Yeah,
there's basically an active
Necro's
gem and a
just
support
victim,
gem.
and,
So the active is some sort of condition that
Oh,
you need
what?
to meet.
Is this another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay, I think you guys
teleporting
you've had enough of
necros. What are you cooking over there, Jeevan?
Okay, so you get to add
Yeah,
your
I'll stop making
Ooh.
jokes mostly. Yeah, so
This is
what
cool.
we really wanted to lean into with D2 Rune Words, among other things, was
So we're
the
gonna get
ability to cast
teleport.
other classes' skills and use their power and harness it into your build. So with Rune Words, you're going to get to do that. Each class is going to share 2 skills and 1 legendary aspect, like the Earthquake one that you saw. And some of them are even going to get to cast improved versions. So for instance, instead of the standard Decrepify from the Necromancer, you get to cast
What about
Horrid
gems?
Decrepify. which
No
is
more
their
gems,
version.
dude. Rip gems.
And that's we did that for a lot of reasons. We wanted to make some of them feel a little better, and
Some of them
more
cost
powerful.
500
A lot of it is
though.
about
That's like
balance.
so
But
much.
One important thing that I always want to highlight here is that you always cast the best version of the skill if you have upgrades as the sort of home owner of the class, right? So what that means is, let's say you're a Spiritborn and you equip the Cry Rune, which is the Vortex spell. If you have points into the upgrade, then you'll cast the upgraded Vortex when the rune goes off. So I don't think there'll be any class envy. Like everyone will get the best version of their own skills, and then they'll get to use other classes' skills. And we're really excited to see how people can construct new builds and new archetypes and
See
what
if
they
they
can
do
do with
Q&A,
using
but
the
this
power
is
of
going to
the
be really
class.
cool.
And that says enhanced war cry, so that means Necros can become berserk, right?
That indeed does mean
Dude, this
that,
is
and,
too cool. This is actually like so good.
Enhanced Warcry is a winner. I gotta
I'm
say.
so
That one's real
confident with
strong. We've
D4's
already
future
seen
now.
people Just chopping up.
Remember,
the
they're only
that
showing
one.
off a little bit. I'm sure there's going to be way more rune words and more stuff.
Absolutely. Really looking
Oh, they're
forward
going
to
in
what
crafting.
interesting new combinations
Okay.
and builds you can come up with by
my face out of the way.
dipping into other class skills in unique
Oh,
ways.
oh wait, put
It
that
really
back
just,
on. I didn't get to read
multiplies
them
the possibilities of what you can do with any given class.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay.
not only do we want you to augment your builds with other classes' skills, but runes will scale with gear. So when you get more interesting runes of rituals, you'll find ways to optimize them as well and get more output. So we really feel like people will have a lot of theory crafting that they can build off of the rune word system, and I'm very excited to see how you break the game. By the way, that's what she's doing.
Okay, there we go.
Just break the game. See every build you can find that totally destroys everything.
Okay.
So now we have the crafting element.
Yes.
So using 3 of the same rune, you can use them to roll a new rune. Go to the jeweler,
But if you could just trade them, it doesn't really matter.
not
Like
be the
it's
jeweler,
whatever. I'm not even worried about it.
And you will combine 3 of the same exact rune, and you'll get a new
Each
rune
mythic
out
unique that is
guaranteed
available
different
to be
than
crafted
the
will
one.
require a specific rune and a
there's
spark.
chance to uproll it to
Wow.
the next highest rarity. So if you put 3 magic runes in, there's a chance that it'll be a rare rune. Same with rare. There's a chance that it'll be a legendary rune. And then on top of that, we'll have the ability to craft mythic uniques. So you can use runes. Each mythic unique can be crafted with a specific set of runes. You'll need a legendary, rare, and magic runes of a certain quantity, and one resplendent spark. And this is in addition to the existing mythic unique crafting flow. So
I was just going to say this really harkens back to the sort of crafting that was so core in D2 with the runes of being able to match 3 and get the next upgrade, but in a way that's a little bit more flexible and gives you more progression out of it. And this is all tradable, right? So that match 3, those crafting mythic uniques, what do you think that's going to do with trading?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Okay, we're gonna get a trade house too.
A sort of player community around.
Oh, come on! Do we get trade?
The runes you need, whether it's because you want to combine, you have 2 and you want to find that third one to combine for a new one, or you're hunting for a specific mythic unique. I think we're gonna have a lot of player interaction.
You're hunting for a mythic unique. Mythic unique is tradable.
Win the capitalism game there, so we'll see how that goes.
I really like how the rune crafting system makes it so you're kind of always progressing, right? If you're getting rune drops, then you're getting materials that can use to progress towards higher rarity runes and potentially towards these mythic unique items. Unlike some of the other loot drops, if you don't find a good piece of gear, it just ends up being salvage. Here with runes, you're kind of constantly getting some of that progression, even if it's not always the perfect rune right now.
Yeah, I think that's something that when we did talk to a lot of sort of D2 diehards when we built rune words, and one of the things that most of them tended to mention consistently was like every rune drop is progress, right? You're always moving up that ladder. And so we wanted to make sure that even if you didn't get the exact thing you wanted, it still meant something to you one way or another.
Yeah, it's like partial currency.
Well, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff today. We had
that was a big update for sure.
We talked about
these could have been like 2 different seasons, honestly.
And of course, the newest thing, which is Rune Words, which will be in Vessel of Hatred. But the one thing we did want to quickly talk about was PTR. PTR is coming up.
Yes.
And we want to give a little bit,
come on,
at least some
Tuesday,
on what that PTR.
But when is this?
Be, and also hear from the team on exactly
I'm also looking for
what
that
they're
update
looking for. From you guys out there that are playing,
we're still waiting for the update. The update's
you guys
not
play
yet,
through the systems. Everything that we've actually talked about today is going to be present in this PTR. So,
when is this?
All the class balance changes, the progression changes.
The expansion's coming out in 1 month.
Be part of the PTR. So we actually do want players jumping in and checking it out. So
come on, please just tell us it's coming out today. When is it?
So as everyone knows, PTR. From even the last PTR that we had, will carry over content from your main account. So if you've already done all your renown,
they're probably just going to talk about this.
Lowest status will carry over.
I'll put the PTR date in the description. But anyways, I'm going to go and wrap it up for this part because there was so much to cover. If we need to cover it in like a part 3, but I'm going to make this like just a little bit shorter here so the upload doesn't take like 3 hours to render. So basically, we're getting new class skills. We're getting new, uniques, which we kind of expected in every single season, but getting new skills is brand new, and on top of that, the rune words is pretty cool. Let me know, guys, what class you guys are playing in Season 6. So far, I'm going to be playing Rogue, but that's going to wrap it up for this part, and if there's another one, well, it'll be out very soon. All right, let's see what
opportunity of kind of just starting characters from fresh, because we really need people to try out the new progression systems that Colin and Aislinn were talking about specifically in the beginning of the stream. So Wednesday through midday Friday, we really need players to jump in.
Friday?
Check that out. Give us feedback specifically regarding anything tied to the new progression systems. Around midday on Friday, though, we will be turning on the rest of the PTR, which will include things like rune words and all the other features.
So it's next Tuesday. Let's go.
All the other features will be part of it, but rune words and things like that will be turning in on Friday. One thing that we've heard from feedback from players specifically, especially as we have addressed this in the past, is that there is going to be a boost vendor available for this PTR. So in Kiovashad, players will be able to go and visit this specific vendor. This is the best video that I was talking about because this Fallen is dancing and it looks absolutely amazing. This vendor will be available and you'll be able to interact with it. And this vendor will actually then be able to provide you a ton of enhancements to your character which we do have a list of here.
I hope they can give us Uber uniques.
So
Okay.
you will be able to boost your character
Alright.
up to level 50.
PTR
level
news.
60, of course,
How it's
which
gonna
is
work.
the new
Yeah, level 60 is the
after
new
Festival of
cap.
Hatred actually ships.
It's going to
We
complete
will
all
end up
stronghold
clearing out your whole
waypoints.
map, your
Good.
waypoints,
All
Fog
torment
of War.
tiers.
We will
Is
do
it gonna
your
give us
class
free
mechanic stuff
Uber
and
uniques,
have
though?
that already unlocked. All torment tiers will be unlocked. Your potions will be upgraded completely. And then I know based off of feedback that we got from like the last PTR was, hey, it'd be great if we could generate like legendary items. If we can get all the
Yes.
unique items.
I told
all
them
the
about that,
runes,
for sure.
well, that's
Give us
new now.
everything.
But all the runes and everything like that, including
All
masterworking
materials, yes.
materials, that will actually be available
Thank you.
in this vendor. So this is a way for players to be more efficient while testing and being able to give us more feedback, especially around
The feedback is going to be nerf
so
barbarian, buff the rogue.
we really need players to jump
Jokes
into
aside,
PTR. One last
actually
caveat
buffs
I do
only.
want to mention is Infernal Hordes will not be available in this specific PTR. We are still doing some work on that right now before we actually get it ready. But all the other features within the game will be available. Infernal Hordes, as I mentioned, it's a permanent feature, so it's coming back to the game no matter
just
what.
not in the PTR.
And then separately, I do want to remind everyone that PTR right now it is still just PC Battle.net only. This does give us the
no
flexibility
console,
to be able to
ripperoni.
upload, change things on the fly, like things like turning Rune words on Friday, for instance, gives us.
Console has a certificate that it has to sign, and that's why console updates are
our own platform.
on
So
like Tuesdays.
It's just easier for us to be able to have that additional work from our side to be able to make things like that happen when we can do testing specifically from that end. But Colin, Aislinn, I'd be really curious to hear like
anything
what
else
you guys are looking for specifically in this PTR from feedback from players that they can focus in on and provide feedback on as they go into the test.
Yeah, so I think we really want to see people focusing on the new journey. So starting from level 1 and feeling out what difficulty tier is right for you.
The highest difficulty
and if
tier.
that
Let's go
feels
lock
like
it
it's
in.
the difficulty tier that you would expect to be
You know what we're gonna do,
based
guys?
on,
We're gonna go
how
highest
powerful you've
difficulty
managed to make
tier,
your character,
hardcore,
how many of the
day
production
one.
systems
Let's
you've
do it.
engaged with. Like, if you engage with tempering and you go all out and you're like I'm gonna make my character a blaster even though they're only level 30, like how far can you go with that? And are you going as far as you expected you would be able to go?
Yeah, those are great points. It really is about, are we hitting that expectation that we've sort of created, right? Which is, we really loved how the Mind Cage was functioning. We loved how tormented bosses felt in terms of having hard mode versions of things. Are these difficulty tiers sort of meeting those expectations of all the things that we have had in the previous game now mapped to a more streamlined system that should be much, much easier to navigate?
Awesome. And I know on the class side, like Charles, what are you kind of looking for? What's the team looking for on that front?
Yeah, I think we're really looking at the new skills and the new key passives for each class and how they're usable at all points in your character journey, right? They should feel good to press when you just first learn these new skills. But they should also feel really good when you're in the late game and you're trying to, make a build all around them, right? Around your stone burst. Like, does it feel like that has enough support and that you can, make a stone burst build or dance of knives and or all the other different
I'm so
skills
excited to get new
that
skills.
fit
Like,
in
I was not
with their
expecting
appropriate
that at
power
all.
level. And we really want to make sure that the new skills and the new key passives enable new ways.
Oh, that's right. We're still missing the loadout.
They feel satisfying.
They didn't say anything about that, right? I didn't skip over that.
Awesome. And Jeevan, I know you mentioned to everyone, break the game with rune words. So is there maybe any more extra items you're looking for in terms of feedback?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely mostly about that. I want to see what people come up with. I want to see, what you can cook in terms of builds. You can do something fun or cool or unexpected. And also, I'm highly interested in the sort of balanced feedback. I think we'll get it from all of you. But we've had a lot of people on the team work very hard on conceptualizing how to make sure this stuff is right on the edge of broken without actually being broken. And you'll get to prove me wrong if that isn't the case.
The only thing I can see that might have some potential,
I
some
know,
sort of stealth stun grenade.
We do want to jump into
we got more
Q&A before we kind of wrap up.
Okay,
I know we've been here for a little while, so we'll try to grab some questions specifically from Twitch chat. I know probably the most popular question right now from the community is about Armory, and I do want to start off with that specifically. And I do also want to just confirm that we are working on an Armory.
Okay.
The team is cooking on it right now. We just don't have it ready immediately, but as soon as we have an update, we will be providing that.
At least they're working on
an Armory happening. We're not purposely ignoring it. I promise you. And it is in the works specifically from that end. So
loadouts.
I know we have questions from Twitch chat, so this is where I actually
they want it to come out next season, but they don't want to promise because it might not be like
ready. It's a little different now because I actually have a screen in front of me, which is actually really, really beneficial. But I guess we'll start off with a question regarding the different difficulty tiers. So this is from Double DHZ, which is, since we now have 8 difficulties, does this mean with power increase in later seasons, more difficulties will be added? Are we planning on adding 20 difficulties like in Diablo 3? Like what's the plans around that?
Yeah, we want to be really measured in terms of when we add difficulty tiers. I think it sets us up for adding them when we feel like it's an appropriate time. We don't want to get to a spot where we have 20 different difficulty tiers. We want to have just enough granularity to support the amount of power that we're adding. And what we don't want to do is sort of say, okay, we're going to add things like rune words or add things like seasonal powers and then nerf all of you by making the monsters 100% tankier to compensate for power. We'd actually rather create a system that when you get that new power, we're going to add another band of difficulty to get even more efficiency out of that power. So that's been the sort of guiding light, is we don't want to continue to sort of nerf players into a spot where they can sort of use all this new power to push. A great example of that is previously in seasons, we would actually increase monster health to compensate for some of the seasonal powers. Now, if you get seasonal powers, if you're blasting Penitent and leveling to 60 faster, good for you. Like, that's something that we think is actually really important to the system.
Awesome. I know next question that we have, this is a question I've seen a decent amount. This is from Explosive Cat. Hopefully your cat is not exploding. What's the purpose of Nightmare Dungeons now that glyphs have moved out of Pit?
Nothing, which is exactly...
Yeah, so Nightmare Dungeons are going to be where you receive your masterworking materials. Because Nightmare Dungeons are going to be following the,
as long as we can do Infernal Hordes, I don't care, because that means you don't have to do it.
System
so
now,
I'm
you're going to be
so
able
over
to
Nightmare
go
Dungeons.
into higher Torment tiers, or rather higher difficulty tier Nightmare Dungeons, and get more masterwork materials out of that. So just like, all other kinds of content in the game now, being able to go into a higher difficulty of that activity is going to ultimately be better for you.
It's the masterworking materials like in the
grind,
Pit or
sort of
the
putting
Infernal
a grind
Hordes.
currency actually fits much better in a Nightmare Dungeon compared to the Pit, because it means that every sort of elite you kill, every chest you open, or every corner you go into and you find an elite pack, those are going to be masterworking materials. As opposed to today, where it's like, well, the instant I make a turn that is not in the direction of finishing this dungeon has been a waste of my time because I want that glyph. That completely changes when everything in the dungeon is dropping masterworking materials, and we think that feels so much better for that type of content. Conversely, with the Pit, again, we're going to reward you for pushing difficulty, and we do want you to sort of get there quickly and get that reward and get out. So we think that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, so just for people, because I think when they immediately heard like, well, now it's just moved to Nightmare Dungeons and it's just at the end, it's actually part of the whole Nightmare Dungeon. It's not just the end goal, getting to the end and getting masterworking materials there. Just want to clarify for chat, because I know immediately
there's a good amount at the end when you kill the boss, right? Of course the boss has to have good shit, but like what's really gonna feel great is like when you run into a massive elite pack, like you just randomly run into, we spawned maybe too many. Those are all going to represent, little loot bags of masterworking materials, which is going to be huge.
Awesome. This question is from RXU105. Are runes reusable?
Yeah. So
it's unsockable.
By the way, I just want to say, chat, I've been reading Twitch chat, and what you've said has struck a chord. Anyway, yes, they will be reusable.
Can't take you anywhere.
You can unsocket runes and you can move them into different items. Yes, absolutely. I saw a few related questions to that. They don't get to exist in the same item as gems. You do have to pick between gems and runes on any individual item.
Awesome. I know there was a question related to another. Well, at least I don't know. I don't know if Charles, you want to answer this, or if you have additional details. There's a lot of questions related to one of the mythic uniques, and it's additive damage to demons and angels specifically. I don't know if you want to talk about.
I will confirm that is the wording on the effect. Plus damage to angels and demons.
There you go, guys.
So
we'll just leave it at that.
That basically is a hit in the expansion.
I
We're going to go to the heavens.
Yeah, no further comment on that. Additional question that we have related to Paragon is, why cap the amount of boards instead of just capping maybe the amount of glyphs we can use? This is from Hotner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something
that would be better, actually.
Take back and really think about. We had discussed.
I think caps in general
like
games are kind of dumb, though. Like,
from just sort of the
let people customize their
flow
build.
Perspective was that we wanted to just make it really sort of compact and make those choices about which glyphs and which legendary nodes, and eventually what rare and magic nodes matter to you. But that's really good feedback. And
wait, hold on. He said
continue to
magic?
monitor as we go into PTR,
magic glyphs going to be good.
Hands on it. Again, it's really about making those boards more punchy, and the connections between those boards is something that you navigate during your journey. But the sort of end point is about making those really chunky choices on what glyphs you want and what legendary nodes you want. And we think that ultimately, especially now that Paragon is realm-wide and all your alts, I think we touched on that earlier, all your alts get to benefit from this. It's really going to streamline that process of getting your points locked in quickly on those alt characters and get them into the end game really quickly. But that's a really good point of feedback.
A question from WTF. Akalaka. I don't know. See, this is bad. Yeah, you get the point. Well, everyone need to be in Kyovashad to change difficulty like it is currently.
Oh, for the world tiers.
That's a good question. We've added.
It's not that big of a deal. You just change your
you could imagine how obnoxious it would be to do the pit in Karagar and then have to go to Kyovashad to then unlock the new Torment tier that you just got. So we actually added difficulty tier selectors in Karagar as well as Kyovashad, in addition to Kyovashad. And then we also have one in Kurast, and there's also another one, I think, near the Dark Citadel entrance. We've added them in a few locations across the game just to make that a little bit of a better experience.
All right.
Question from a few people. There's like Corinter. There's another question from 9 Tons of Pain. Are glyphs kind of shared between all characters in the realm, or do they have to be leveled up separately?
So those are still leveled up separately, but that's something like going forward, we definitely want to.
That'd be really cool.
Like making
kind of like gems in Diablo 3.
Play into, and we definitely
there's
some underlying feedback there, which is, wouldn't it be great if the Paragon glyphs were account wide? And it's like, yeah, that's something we can take back to the team. And
yeah, because then I can play Andario's Barbarian better.
We really want to start moving towards a direction where making alts is really easy to get into and feel powerful. So that's something we can definitely take note of.
And I'll also highlight that, right, because the Paragon points are shared account-wide, or realm-wide, as it were, if you make a new character, you're going to get a ton of Paragon points right away, which increases your power level, which maybe means you take on a higher pit tier, and then you get the catch-up mechanic on leveling up those glyphs. So it is a little bit easier for your alts to level up those glyphs as well, even if it's not 100% shared.
Yeah, that's very true. You can level them up really fast in the pit if you're pushing deep.
There is a question regarding Eternal Realm characters, like, what happens to them when 2.0 kind of launches? What's the, like, I'm assuming because they already have like 925 gear, if they're at max level,
wait, 925 gear, what happens?
Just get new eye level that we had reduced mentioned. Is there like any specific changes or anything, or is it kind of laid out exactly kind of how we presented?
Oh, I can answer this.
Yeah.
So We are doing some adjustments for those Eternal players who really like to play the game on one character. We wanted to make sure that there was new loot to chase. We also just needed to make sure that with the new character level adjustments, we sort of had to adjust the eye power of items now that the fact that the max character level is 60. In addition to our goals of really sort of creating more grounded numbers, it does mean level 50 is getting an eye power adjustment, as well as the affixes are being adjusted. But we are going to max roll every single affix that we adjusted power-wise. So, for example, if you get a 5, we're going to take those items and adjust them. We aren't going to re-roll those affix bands. Like if you had perfect affixes, we're just going to essentially max roll all of them within that band. So there's no feels bad about, you
just get everything maxed for free on Eternal. Wow, that's pretty cool.
The sort of main takeaway there is we wanted to make sure in patch 2.0 that there was new loot to chase. We wanted to make sure that the new uniques had a place to sing. And that's all sort of in service to that, for that type of Eternal player who really likes that sort of long form progression.
Awesome. Question from Ice Panther. Rune words, are they applicable to all items and weapons? Are they restricted to specific types of equipment? Additionally, can gems be inserted into equipment with runes?
Yeah, they can be inserted into all types of equipment, so they're not restricted from being in uniques as long as you have 2 sockets for that unique. And the to restate the slots that are available with 2 sockets. On base game it's 3. It's chest, pants, and 2-hander. We're also adding a second socket to helm, so you'll have 4 slots. And you cannot mix runes with gems in any item, and you wouldn't want to. You'd basically be losing the benefit of them.
It would break
I know we have some questions related to like some co-op bugs. I will say that
because you need an activator and then like the condition.
Like forums and Reddit and at least address them, that we are working on them. I can tell you the team is most definitely working on them right now. Excuse me as I cough. Still getting over my sickness. And then I know this is actually I'm going to ask this because it's a funny question. Are there runes for G and then Vun?
I mean, my narcissism certainly would have let me do that, but I think we can't. We can't do that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I would have loved to. But I will say, there are, the runes have these sort of phrases that they unlock when you actually compose the spells. And we have some, I think, fun references and Easter eggs to the great Diablo games of the past. And so hopefully that'll kind of make you smile when you see them.
Cool. Yeah, dude, teleporting necro.
Awesome. And then runes, are they stackable?
I mean,
yeah, they are stackable, and we have added a new tab for them as well. We have a socket
that's
tab.
right.
So all your runes and gems will go there. So
there we go.
Would be pretty good for your inventory.
Yeah, that would have been really messing with inventory if runes did not stack, and now that they have their own tab. Yeah, and now they have their own tab, which is really, really good. So, cool. I know we are very over on time. So I do want to make sure that we let everyone go here so that they can eat, because we've now gone well past lunch over here in California. Just a reminder for everyone that PTR is actually going to be starting next Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Wednesday new update, guys.
The blog up immediately after the stream, specifically
here. I'm refreshing it, guys.
Check it out. Check out the patch notes. It's 17,000 words, a lot of words. So I apologize. I will say that for other locales, it might be until like early next week before those patch notes will be available. It just takes a while for us to localize on some of those, and it kind of came in a little hot. So we do plan on actually having that available in all languages. Friday will be that first initial phase where we need players jumping in, checking out the progression changes and testing all that out. And then starting on Friday for the rest of the week specifically, we'll end up having the boost vendor available where players can actually jump in and test out everything that they need to regarding rune words and all other things that are tied to endgame. I do want to give a huge thanks to everyone on this panel here. Colin, Aislinn, Charles, Jeevan, thank you so much for going through a ton of information. I do want to also call out the rest of the Diablo team because they have been doing a ton of work towards...
Yeah, I mean, this new season's looking so good.
Of course, patch 2... 2.0 and Season 6. One thing we will say is that you guys actually haven't heard about Season 6 yet. We still have information to tell you about Season 6. We'll be sharing that more here in the coming weeks as we head towards launch.
Awesome,
so
because we don't have no season mechanic.
A seasonal theme and mechanic.
Okay, is there a power, though? Is there a power?
Sharing
that's what really
soon.
matters, right?
So, thank you guys, everyone, and thank you, Diablo community, for tuning in. Check out Diablo4.com immediately after the stream, and we'll see you guys in Sanctuary. Thanks again.
Nice. All
Thanks,
right.
everyone.
Go pop open the game.
Ending with this. Best. I love it.
We can't forget the most important member of the team.
All right, so we'll be checking for the patch notes. Still not up. We'll refresh it every once in a while. I believe we're supposed to get rated, so we'll see. Give me 1 second. We're just gonna double check if they need like the link. Keep this open. Well, let's go level up the rest of the glyphs on this one. Let's pop the on this one. All right. Oh, there we go. I think that they just started the raid. I'll welcome everyone that's coming from the Campfire chat. My name's Sladra. We play lots of action RPGs, mainly Diablo though. But we're just leveling up this road. But we'll check out the new patch notes as soon as that goes through, which will be hopefully within the next few minutes here. It takes us about 2 minutes to do a run. We'll check every like 2 minutes. But what class are you guys excited to play on the PTR? For me, I'm gonna be honest, I just want to play on Dariel's Rogue again and see how good it can be with the new, I'm gonna call it the Rogue Whirlwind ability. So that's basically what it is, right? So we'll try out that. But we'll try out everything. I'm hoping that we don't have to farm the mythics though. I hope we have like a mythic vendor. Oh, you're welcome, Haji. No problem. We'll always cover it. Twisting Blades 2.0. You think it's gonna be like that good? Twisting Blades was like the best skill in the game for like the longest time. And now Flurry's good, so we're playing Flurry. You really don't know everything. It seems great. I'm very, very excited about the PTR. And the greatest part is like we don't even have the seasonal announcement yet. So like it's already looking really good and we don't even have the update yet. Yeah, First Ascendant too, man. First Ascendant just got its update today, I believe. So there's another season of a game. But I'm just hyped up to check out, to see if the notes went up. I just checked, guys. The notes are still not up yet. But as soon as it's out, guys, we will take a look at the patch notes. My thoughts on the rune words. I like it. You know, it's a little bit simple that it's only 2. But that's fine. Like, it doesn't really make a difference if it's 2 or 3. It just means that there's going to be less combinations in total. In terms of, like, how many exist, right? Oh, we actually have to kill this guy and take the key. But I think the Rune War update is very cool because I actually talked to them about this a really long time ago. I suggested them to add, if they weren't going to add rune words to the game, I really wanted them to add specifically the ability to use skills from another class or equip items from another class. I think that would have been a really cool change. So I think it's a lot more fun to have like crazier builds emerge. But I like the idea. Oh, we just got smacked. We got one tapped. But hey, they said they're going to be stopping the one shot, so hopefully that will help out a little bit. I don't even know what we died to. He looked like he just slapped us. I don't know if we're res capped right now on this build. Close. It's pretty close. We'll finish that. Once we get Tyraels, though, res capping is like really easy. Perma stealth as long as you don't attack? Oh. You know, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if that would be even a good strategy. Maybe in the Infernal Horde you could just survive the waves. But would that really be the way to play it? Probably not. I probably couldn't recommend doing that as a way to like progress. It's definitely a way to cheese through it. But it wouldn't really be useful. Is Wind Force good for a barrage build? So if you're playing like pure actual barrage, sure. But if you're playing Andariel's, Andariel's is the build that I would say that you'd want to actually play. That's what I would recommend. And the reason why is it just simply does more damage. Big number equal good. You know, we'll play Black Ops 6 tomorrow. Was it 10 a.m. is when it starts? I'm excited about that. Path of Exile 2 on November 15th. And then obviously Diablo's new season will be coming out. Or the PTR comes out on Wednesday. That'd be awesome, man. Excited about that for sure. But if any of you guys came over from like the Diablo raid, welcome indeed. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to help out. If you're stuck at a boss, I should probably be able to go kill it for you. This is a rogue that we made like a day or two ago. If you look at the rogue, we were trying to go for Rhea Ripley. That's like the look. Oh, there's new Path of Exile 2 gameplay? Ooh, nice. Thank you, Luxbro. I'll definitely have to check it out. But yeah, you can play Wind Force, but the thing is you would actually prefer to run like Creeping Death. You get way more damage. So what the Barrage offers is your damage to deal more damage. Versus like, you want Andariel's really. It's just so much better. It's a pretty big night and day difference. Guaranteed GM Mythic uniques or just Ancestral? Oh no, Ancestral. So that's going to be really cool. It's just going to make getting greater affixes much easier. And overall, I mean, Diablo's not supposed to be a really hard game. And I actually am totally fine with that. And the reason why is like, I like to play more than just Diablo. And that gives me more time to play other games. And it's not even just to play other games, but also build other builds. Like, in this season, the Sorc build, if you don't happen to have like greater affix on Harlequin, it is just like painful. Because like, you need the extra cooldown reduction to make the lightning spears being able to be like casted consistently. And so when a build guide tells you, hey, you just get a greater affix Harlequin, people are like, yeah, no thanks, not playing this build. So it'll hopefully make it a little bit easier, but I don't know if that means we also get it on the mythics. But and I don't think we got any announcement of what we can trade the mythics. But you can trade the boss materials to get the mythics, but not the greater affix. And that's what it really comes down to. Like, I just made this character like 2 days ago, and we already have 4 mythics. I have Andariel's in the stash. Whirlwind is awesome. Yeah, I like that build too. But I'll be honest, I think regular Whirlwind is probably better. It's just, you know, I have both the builds up. I just wanted to try something new for Barbarian. Because Whirlwind's been like super strong for a while. But now that we have like a weapon throw skill, we'll see how that interacts. See if it's any good. We can try out Andariel's right after this too to see what the DPS numbers are looking like. Because right now this is actually Flurry as the main source of damage. But the reason why I'm playing Harlequin is because it makes us tankier. The reason why is I am not res capped yet. Tyrael's is going to be real easy to allow us to res cap. We're also running closer because you need that damage reduction from Tyrael's. Wish they wouldn't have nerfed the level from 60. Yeah, you know, I get their idea is that like you can have all of your Paragon points for your other characters. I don't think that they needed to do that though. A lot of times with Diablo, I feel like they make a bunch of big drastic changes that are absolutely unnecessary. And what I mean by that is they change so much with the game, and I don't really think that they needed to change like the level thing. But I totally understand their philosophy behind. They don't want the numbers to be too big. Because I even mentioned this like when I was talking about like the damage numbers are getting too high. It's becoming Diablo 3. And if they want the game to be digestible for other people, like when someone else is hitting for like 1 billion or 1 trillion damage, and you're like, dude, I hit for like 100,000. Yeah, it makes the people think that like, dude, what am I doing wrong? And it can discourage some people from playing. They give them the casuals what they want. Yeah, but there's also stuff for like the rune words for more advanced players. So like, I look at it like it's a win-win. Like, I'll be honest, the first like 1 hour, it's like we're reducing the levels, we're reducing the item power, the numbers are getting shrinked. I'm like, whoa, no, these are bad decisions. And the reason why I think it's a bad decision to change the numbers in one aspect, but like I said, I understand why they're doing it because the numbers get too high. But when a player is like, dude, I was hitting for like, you know, 1 billion damage. Now I only do like 200,000. I don't want to play anymore. No one wants to lose out on numbers. Even though the gameplay will feel the same. Because do the numbers really mean that much? No. If the thing dies, it dies, right? And I'm sure you're still going to be able to zoom. And if you don't want to go zoom, Health 3 actually last night came out with the update. Which I have. So the Health 3 was supposed to come out in 2025, but it's finished, man. It's the full version. I have it. Which we'll play later. We'll definitely play. Yeah, you get 10 additional skill points, which I actually am very surprised by. Because if you think about it, there's like 3 new passives for every single class. And so like, we're going to lose out on, you know, some gem sockets because we're going to play the new rune words. So a lot of people usually use the gems for rubies. I opt to usually run rubies until my character is strong enough, and then we take them all out and put damage. The thing that I've been running in almost all my builds now is Doombringer. Doombringer is so godly because there's very few aspects that will give you like a 50x multiplier, and that's about what it will give you. You get 500 to your main stat for any character, right? So it's a really big advantage to actually remove rubies, run Doombringer, and Doombringer, well, right now we don't have it like fully up, but that's like 54% life. That's about 5 gems, right? So that kind of cancels that out. And then you have additional damage reduction, which is quite nice. And all stats, it's a pretty decent stat. But like with a build like Flurry, you don't need the tempers, really. At all. So that's why it's like really excellent for this. So that'll be awesome. Make Whirlwind great again? Whirlwind's actually really good right now, Ego. I could easily recommend Whirlwind Barb for like best build. I mean, technically, you can probably push higher numbers with Bash, but the problem is that Bash doesn't feel that good when there's so many enemies, especially in the Infernal Horde. Right now, we're just going straight to 100. So we're 94. 94, almost 95, so just 5 more levels. We'll get it within the next, like, hour. What do you use, Cyber? Ooh, the world boss. 4 minutes. And that might be kind of pushing it. We'll go look at tempering and stuff. I think we can masterwork this to the next tier. So you're gonna go convert materials. Let's go convert some materials, and then we're gonna do the world boss. Alright, so fingers crossed, guys. On Fist of Fate, we get that lucky hit chance to get another one. Another one. Oh, that one's not bad. I mean, ideally, it's just lucky hit every single time. But for now, I'm just going to go to tier 2 on every single, like, one of my things. Roll max life. Max life is kind of a low roll. Actually, no, it hit dex. I mean, I'm already at max anyways for movement speed, so it's fine. We're going to next tier with this one. Movement speed per Dark Shroud. Okay, I mean, that's fine. We're going to look for damage over time on this one. And then we actually need to swap off X-Falls. We actually should just swap to Andariel's pretty soon. I do need to get resistances probably somewhere. This is poison res, but I'd probably just rather get all res as one of the rolls. Could also look at all res on boots until we get Tyraels. Or even just a ring with all res would be good. What does roll? 90. Oh, it's like 140 damage over time, but I don't have like a poison imbue, and Andariel's can't activate the bonus, so it won't really work out. The notes are up. Thank you, Quincy. Let's go check them out, man. I'm definitely interested in seeing that. So we'll do that. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to do the world boss, and then we're going to check it out. Because if it's Avarice, like, I haven't seen the Avarice with, like, the crazy spawn-ins. That's what I want to see. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, we need to run a better ring. Let's go to ring. Let's go grab a ring. Let's go shadow res, attack speed. Attack speed is not too bad. Ideally, what we're looking for is damage over time. Damage over time. We don't really need crit. Crit vulnerable. Lucky hit. Lucky is okay. But then it's got life, so I don't really like that. Damage over time. Cool. Damage over time dex. This is what we want on a ring. This is what we're going to use. And then ideally we would swap out some stuff, but we can stick with Flurry for the next second here. Maybe swap this with this. Elements, okay, that's usable for right now, because we just want to do the world boss. And right after the world boss, right over to the patch notes. You dropped a 4GAS. Congrats, man. Did you also get the power to be 40? Because if that thing isn't 40... I'll be honest, the only greater affix that actually matters on the Essus in most scenarios is not even going to be the movement speed. It's only the critical strike damage. A guy offered you 7 bill. You can check out what the other ones have sold for. Oh, that's the size of Black Ops 6. 141 gigs. That is pretty crazy, man. Alright, let's check out the world boss. Should be very, very soon. 50 seconds, just in time. Just in time. Hopefully it's Avarice. I think this is Avarice, isn't it? Oh man, I'm so excited to see how much loot we get from this. Alright, let's go throw in another gem. Guess we can use this for now. have to go all the way around. It's fine. Around 60 bill. Is that what they go for? That's crazy, man. Alright. Let's go. This is the brand new Avarice. I heard there's going to be a bunch of goblins that spawn in. This is also with the new March of the Goblins special buff update. So I'm very curious to see how many goblins actually spawn in. I haven't seen it. I heard that there's so many goblins. This actually breaks the game because of the goblin update. When we actually fight them and all the goblins spawn in. There's literally too much loot. I haven't seen it yet, so let's see what it actually looks like. And they've updated the world boss so you can't do like quadrillion damage to them anymore. So I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's when he dies or how it happens. I just know that it's apparently gonna break the game. It's almost affected by that crowd control. And the big damage is coming out for some builds. Oh, there's one goblin right there. Okay. There's another goblin that died right there. Ooh, a double GA. Okay, so let's see what we get from this. So far, only 2 goblins. But I'm going to try to pick up the treasure bags now because I heard that there is so much loot that this actually makes the loot fall through the floor. So I'll leave the rest of the stuff there. But I want to pick up the treasure bags because I actually want those. But we'll see after we eliminate him how many goblins come on in. He's almost gone. There's only 2 goblins that spawned. Let's see. Alright. Alright, lots of goblins coming in hopefully, or unless they just patched it already. Oh, okay, I see the goblins! I see the goblins! Holy! Oh my gosh. That was a nice little pack of goblins. Let's see how many greater affix items we got. Ooh, a triple GA sword. This could be billions and billions of gold. What else do we get? Where's the other treasure bags? Wait. The treasure bags must have fell through the floor. I didn't get any treasure bags over here. What? It did drop the scattered prism over here. But yeah, I don't... Unless I'm blind. Because it should be in yellow. Yeah, I don't see the treasure bags. Well, I mean... We've still got a lot of nice stuff, though. The thing that I'm actually excited about is that triple GA sword. So we got a double GA. This is like, okay, it's not really anything too special. Where's that triple GA sword? We got a bow with just max life, and I could use this for another build. But the sword, vulnerable. Ooh, the damage. That was the bad roll right there. If that, instead of it being damage, it was crit or dex, then this would actually be a pretty decent item. I mean, it's still at the end of the day is like better than nothing, but not what I consider a super godly one. But we can open up the Avarice spoils. Okay, that's what we got. All right. So what we're going to do now is go back to Nightmare Dungeons. We're going to finish off this character. And then oh, no, you know what? We're checking out the patch notes. What am I thinking, man? We got to check out those patch notes. The patch notes. Yes, yes. It must be checked out. We're going to go favorite that. Favorite the sword. The bow. I don't think we're going to do overpower. So we won't favor that. Boom. Oh! Shoot. I just deleted some stuff. What was it? I don't know, but it's gone now, so no point of getting upset. It is absolutely ripperoni. Hopefully it wasn't that X-Files that was like triple G8, but if it's gone, it's already gone. Alright. New patch notes. Let's go check them out, guys. Alright, let's go check it out, and I'll give you guys my live reaction. Go check out the brand new update, guys. Alright. So, brand new patch notes / reaction. This is the brand new 2.0. This is going to be also in Season 6 / Vessel of Hatred, but this is also the PTR. So the PTR doesn't have everything from Season 6. We also have some sort of like mechanic that's not revealed yet, but the most important thing, when is it happening? September 4th is when the PTR will be going live. Let's go and check out all of the new adjustments, and hopefully we'll see some new items and stuff to go ahead and have some fun with. So we're getting some stat changes. So the most important thing, by the way, guys, is that level 60 is now the maximum level in the game. That's going to be in the new season. All right, so that's one of the most big changes. And how it works, your Paragon points are going to be shared across all your characters, which is really cool. And then we're getting these new difficulties. There's normal, hard, expert, penitent. And then there's torment 1 through 4. And then upon reaching level 60, it unlocks it. I'm just going to go over the things that actually matter. So on torment 4, you get minus 1,000 armor and 100% negative resistances. So you're going to have to stack up armor a little bit more. And then we have the Paragon update where you're only allowed to have, I believe it's supposed to be, 5 Paragon boards is now the new limit. So it's 6 Paragon glyphs basically because you have your starter board and then you get 5 additional ones. And then they're changing the pit, how it's going to be working. It goes up to 100, I believe now is like the max one. And then the Paragon boards, we're getting apparently new Paragon boards, and you can only get 5 Paragon boards. That's another big change coming into this. They're also reworking the items, and all ancestral items will have 1 greater affix, which will be really cool. So everything's going to be at least 1 GA, which is very, very good. And then they're changing the item power. It says ancestral items always drop at item power 800, the highest possible. So 800 is the new maximum item power, but they said that like there are some things that can break this rule. So I'm not sure if the mythic uniques have more or what exactly. And we're getting a new skill for every single class. So the Barbarian gets a new weapon throw, and I guess they're showing off the little ability here. And then you have like 2 different variants of it. I might cover more of these when we can actually see it. I mean, I know they kind of show it here, but sometimes visually, like seeing the little like different branches here. So you can gain increased attack speed while it's thrown, or you can make it so swapping weapons near any of your thrown weapons creates more pulses. So it throws down and then it creates these pulses. And then we have the Mighty Throw does 200x damage and stuns enemies, so to make it more of a build. This is also, by the way, a weapon master, so probably like the 3rd sword. Then we've got Druid, so it's a stone burst. So this is a skill that you hold up and then it pops for some sort of amount of damage, up to 400% increase. So you can either make it so the final explosion is going to increase the damage. You can also gain extra attack speed, or it costs more spirit and it does 50x more damage. And here's what it looks like. So you just charge up. You can release it earlier, and that's how this works. And then Necromancer is getting a giant like AoE skill, and I believe this one's an ultimate. So it's just basically like Righteous Fire. If you played that, just sucks the souls out of everyone. So it corrupts them. It does a certain amount of damage every 0.25 seconds. And then there's the upgrades on this. You're going to get both of them anyways. So every soul is going to increase your damage, and then enemies with your souls ripped out become vulnerable. So it's going to apply vulnerability and get more damage. Because the reason why it's I'm just saying that you're going to get all of them is because it's an ultimate. There's no branches with the ultimates. And then Rogue has this other cool skill. This is the brand new Rogue skill where you're going to be literally a whirlwind, but it does have a charge. You can't just hold it down, but there are ways to kind of help out with the charges of it. So you gain extra movement speed. I don't know if this can break the cap of 200, but if it does, maybe we can mess around with it. So it's going to throw a bunch of knives at enemies, and it has charges. And then when you stop channeling, you're going to be dropping stun grenades, and then Dance of Knives slows enemies hit by 25. And I'm not sure if it's a new cutthroat agility skill. Okay. And then the Sorcerer over here has a new skill that we're going to summon these little like conjurations here, and depending on what you use, it might be a fire, a lightning, or a cold one. And the fire one burns, the cold one chills, lightning one, I'm not sure if it actually stuns, but let's see if it says over here. But so they're gonna last for 8 seconds, then they're gonna deal some sort of damage here. If it works with a fractured winter glass, this might be a pretty cool thing to play. If it counts as like another conjuration, I mean, this could be really big. There's a familiar again. So the fire does burn, the cold chills, and the lightning stuns. Okay, so it does stun. Okay, and then with summon familiar, you can you have 2 or more different elements. You gain damage reduction, and then this And then the invoked one makes so while familiar is active, you gain 10x increased damage to the skills to its type. So you get some extra damage. There's 5 new passes for each class, which is pretty cool. I mean, this is going to be a massive thing, man. The Barbarian has, these are all passives, by the way, so it's on the skill tree. So damaging an enemy with basic skill increases your damage. And then Heavy Hitter, your ultimates deal more damage. Warpath, after overpowering, you get to deal increased damage. And then Irrepressible is casting a weapon mastery skill, fortifies you for 10% of your maximum life, which could be pretty good with the 3rd sword. And then the Barbed Carapace, for every 25 fury you spend. This is a key passive, so this is like one of the big ones at the very end. You gain extra thorns up to 120%, and then casting a skill with a cooldown grants you Unhindered, which ignores unit collision. If you play Diablo 3, it's like the illusory boots. And then you get to deal 100% of your damage, your thorns as physical damage to enemies every second. And then with the Druid, you have Humanity. Oh, by the way, important thing. Every class gets 10 additional points, which is pretty big. Then with Humanity, you get up to 15x more damage while in human form, which is kind of cool because human was really lacking. But I still think human's one of the best builds for like, beginners. It's still really good. It's just a lot less that you have to maintain with that. Then you have Catastrophe, which does more damage after casting an ultimate. Then you have Aptitude, which gives you X increased damage while healthy and X increased damage while above a certain amount of movement speed. These bonuses can stack, okay? And then we have Backlash, you get increased damage for 5 seconds after casting a defensive skill. And then one with Nature, which is the new key passive. Our companions gain 1 additional companion and deal 50x. So this plus Stampede equals money. So this would be pretty cool. And you gain the passive effect of Ravens, Wolves, and Poison Creeper. And then with Necromancer, we have Lucky Hit. We have a chance to grant yourself some Barrier. We have Finality, which gets increased damage after casting an ultimate. Then we have While Fortified, you get more increased damage to elites. Then we have Precision Decay. Lucky Hit chance is going to be increased. And then a new key passives. Enemies affected by vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time are infected with a affliction that takes 15x increased damage from you and your minions. Your cure skills deal 80% of the weapon damage as shadow damage to enemies that have affliction, and it gets increased by 30x if your damage to crowd control, vulnerable, and shadow damage for time combined. So maybe you can start scaling this. I don't think that there is a cap for that. And then with Rogue, we have Target Practice, your crit strikes with Marksman and Cutthroat. I don't know why they didn't just say, like, cut your crit strike chance, because maybe, I don't know, if this means you can't crit with, like, the Doombringer and, like, Azarath. But, like, I think they should have just said your crit strike is increased, would have been better. But anyways, you get 9 extra crit if you want that. And then we have increased damage after you use Evade, and then Evasive after dodging an attack, you gain extra damage reduction, and that could be kind of nice. And then you have Unto Dawn, so your ultimate skills deal up to 45x increased damage. And then we have Alchemic Admixture, which is the key passive, dealing 3 different types of non-physical damage, increases the potency of your imbuement skills by 40% for 5 seconds. This potency is further increased by 20% of the total amount of your bonus damage to Poison, Shadow, and Cold. Non-physical, by the way, counts Poison, Shadow, and Cold, so that means if you get the Racnoth's boosts, these could be actually pretty dang good. However, I'm wondering if this will work with, like, extra procs. So what I mean, off of, like, let's say Cold Clip, or if you can get this off of Racnoth, will give you fire damage instantly. Racnoth will give you fire. It's 3 different types. So yeah, you get fire with that. You can get Cold Clip. I mean, you can deal cold pretty easy with Rogue because you just run any of the imbuements too. So you can cover fire, cold pretty easy, and then the third one, you would have to actually apply an imbuement. You can also technically do shadow damage with Doombringer, so you can get maybe Doombringer if you want to run it, and I think that could be pretty good just to activate it. It is 40%, and then if there's no cap on this, we'll see how high this can go, but I don't know how high you're going to be able to go with this, because all I can think of that would give you like a crazy boost is Racnoth's, which is like, if you get that greater affix, that could go pretty hard. And then with Sork, we have cooldown reduction. We also have, you generate some barrier of your maximum life every second, and it's lost for 5 seconds after losing health. So as long as you don't take damage, it's like, what's that, Galvanizing Ward in D3, right? Then you have Dampen Layer, so you get damage reduction while you have a barrier. And then we have your Frost Shock, Pyromancy damage is increased for each skill you have equipped of that type. So that's kind of actually letting you try to build a character that is more like singular focus, which I think is kind of cool. So that's going to be cool as well. And then Enlightenment key passive over here. So you have casting any skill grants 1 stack of Enlightenment, or grants 15 if your previous cast skill was a different element. So it's really wanting you to ramp up after getting 100 stacks. Well, like compared to 1 to 15 is massive though. So like they really want you to mix it. But you become enlightened. You can no longer gain stats and lose 10 stacks per second. Then while enlightened, your bonus damage with fire, lightning, and cold are equal to them combined, and you gain 25% X increased damage, mana regen, and attack speed. This is going to be actually pretty dang nice. I think a lot of the Sork builds will actually be interested in running this, specifically the cold ones, because with like lightning and fire actually have better ones, but like the cold one, Avalanche is kind of weak, I would say. So it's nice to have that, because the other one requires a freeze, which means no good against bosses. All right, so as far as rune word goes, this is how it works. You get a activator rune that requires some sort of condition. It's basically like the same design as David Kim back in 2020. If you guys remember me covering this like way long ago, it's the exact same system. So how a rune word works, there's only 2 like runes that you have to combine. So I'm going to call this one the male rune. I'm going to call this one the female rune. So it makes sense because that's how they combine. You have to connect them in order for it to work. They go in sockets that use 2. So hopefully this kind of makes sense. So this one goes into this one. So this one says, in order to get the bonus, you're going to need to travel 5 meters. Now, after you travel 5 meters, you now reach the condition that you're going to gain what they call it's another like, it's not like mana, they call it something else, and I'll kind of explain it as we go along. But then we have Jaw over here, so it says replace your next evade with the Sorceress Teleport, blinking further, dealing damage and becoming unstoppable. So if I travel 5 meters, I then can activate this, my evade becomes this. So that's kind of how it works. I don't know if they're going to go more in depth. Okay, so here we go. Here's what I was talking about. So you don't have mana with these. They're called offerings. I wish they called it like, they should just call it rune mana, because it would make way more sense, because now we have offerings. So this one over here, it gains 50 offering after I travel 5 meters. If I do what's called an overflow and I have more than what's required, so this one requires 500 offerings. So this is the male one, which requires us to gain 50 offering, and then we have the female rune. Again, this is like the easiest way, because you can't use 2 male runes won't work, okay? Nor will 2 female runes. I'm just mentioning that because it's like the easiest thing I can think of. This one requires 500 offering, and it's got a 2-second cooldown. It says replace your next evade with the Sorcerer's Teleport. But this requires 500. So that means I would need to activate this 10 times in order to use Jaw. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. So there's a bunch. Oh, they show off all of them. Okay, this is what I think matters the most. So, Yule Legendary, so you gain 50 offering, and then you get to cast a skill with a cooldown. So Seer is you gain 25 offering, and it casts the same non-channeled skill 3 times in a row. And then with the Ahu, you gain 10 offering, that lucky hit up to 100% chance against injured enemies. Oh, that's terrible. If this was healthy, it'd be much better. Next up, Neo. So it's 300. It says deal damage after not taking any within 5 seconds. Resets if invulnerable. What? Deal damage after not taking any? Huh, I don't know, it's maybe a number. And then with Tam, we have gain 25 offerings. It's cast a non-channeled core skill. With Zol, we have gain 150, and it says evoke a power from another class. Ooh, what are the limits between this? Now, they did show off the top of my head, they have Berserking as one of them. You also have Petrify. So you can get ultimates from another class, which is really awesome. Then we have Zan, which is to gain 150 offering when you cast a ultimate skill. And then with Theo, we have gain 1,000 offering and becomes injured or crowd controlled. Oh, this has an internal cooldown. That means basically no one's going to run on it. It's just how the reality is. Then we have Knocked. You gain 5 offering. You get to inflict a crowd control that isn't a slow or chill. Wow, this is going to be godly with Fist of Fate. That is going to be super good. Now, I'm wondering if that's inflicting one without it actually registering, because the bosses are basically unaffected by crowd control, but you can still apply a crowd control to them, but it builds up the stagger. So that's going to be really good with Fist of Fate, potentially. And then we have Sem, so you gain 50 offering and you just activate evade. With Bach, you gain 50 and you just travel. With it's 10 and your minion or companion kills an enemy or dies. Okay. Interesting, you gain offering when the companion dies, because that kind of probably ruins the way it works, because you'd probably be running a minion build, right? And then the axe is to gain 100 when you drink a healing potion. With Pock, you gain 2 offering, you spend 5% of your maximum resource. This could be probably the easiest one to actually activate, considering there's things like Crown of Lucian that maybe can be actually finally a little bit more viable now. We have Modi, we gain 10, and that's after casting a skill or after moving. So this is going to be really good for stutter stepping. This is probably going to be one of the top tier ones for Rogue. Now this has a 0.2 second cooldown. That's like very, very fast. So with Ka, we have gain 2, and that's when you lose % of your life. I don't know if there's any like using your life. I think what is it? Dancing Death is one of them, right? Where you like sacrifice your life. It could be something to consider. Then we have Lith, which is you gain 25, and that's when you stand still for 3 seconds. So it's probably better for channeled skills, but again, channeled skills aren't really seen play. Then these are the invocation runes. So these are all the ones that are going to gain the offering, and then you're going to spend it. All right. So now we are looking at Lack. So this is the one where it requires 800. So overflow, increased duration, cooldown 1 second. You get to evoke the Barbarian's challenging shout, reducing your damage taken. Okay, so that's kind of cool. And then this one's 500, and this is the War Cry, increasing your movement speed. Then we have Vex, it's 400, and it gains +3 skills for 5 seconds. It's very low, but the cooldown isn't really that difficult. As long as you can upkeep this, I think this one has some potential for a lot of builds. Then with Gar, we have 25 offering. Overflow, you gain multiple stacks. That's what I was talking about. If you gain more than what's required, you're going to get multiple. So you get to have 2.5 crit strike chance for 5 seconds, up to 25. Okay, so you get up to 25 extra crit. And then we have 700 offering. Your next skill will be guaranteed crit and overpower. So that could be used with Banished Lord's Talisman. Because like the thing with Banished Lords, it's got to do the crit. So maybe you can combine it with that and do some other fun stuff. And with 800 overflow is increased duration. So you get Earthen Bulwark. 500 off this one lets you have the Druid's Petrify. And Yom is 100 offering. And it's going to change the cooldown. It's just reduce your active cooldowns. Ooh, this one has a lot of potential as well. This is probably one of the top tier ones. It's 100 offering, and the overflow is reducing it. It's further reducing the cooldowns. Okay. So I think this one's going to be one of the top tier ones for a lot of builds. And then we have Loom, which is offering overflow, increased resource restored. Cooldown is 1 second, and to restore primary resource. And then Kua is requirements of 400 offering, and then restore and evade, charge, and gain increased movement speed. And then with Zal, we have 200 offering, and that's going to gain 20% maximum life. And then with What, it is 100 offering. With a 1 second cooldown, evoke Necromancer's Horde Decrepify, slowing enemies and reducing their damage. And you can execute them, but I don't really feel like execute's very good unless it worked on bosses, which is like Culling Strike. Then we have Teb, so it requires 100. And then it invoke the Necromancer's Abhorrent Iron Maiden, counterattacks, and then it also heals you. 400 for this one. Your next non-basic skill spends all of your primary resource to deal up to 100% increased damage. Now, I wonder what happens when you run this on Beastfall Boots, because that already spends it. Will that work? I don't know. If it does double up on that, that could be kind of cool. And the next one is 200 offering, and then it reduces your active ultimate by 4 seconds. This could be actually pretty good for, let's say, the Druid. That really helps out. And then with 700 offering on this rune, it says invokes the rules countering concealment, gaining dodge chance, movement speed, unstoppable, and stealth. It's going to be maybe interesting if you can throw it also on the Druid with like the 100% crit when you enter stealth. So that'd be kind of cool as well. And then Mott is going to require 150, and its cooldown's 1 second, gain a shadow from the Dark Shroud, reducing damage per taken. And then with Jaw, our next evade has the teleport. And then with Thol, it's 400, invoke the Sorcerer's Nova. And then with Zik, we have invoke the spirit. Oh wait, so we are getting a Spiritborn skill, even though I don't think we can play the Spiritborn when the PTR comes out. We're gonna be able to like kind of play it, right, with getting some of the skills from it. So that's cool. And then with Cry, we have 3-second cooldown. Invoke the Spiritborn's vortex, dealing damage, and it pulls in enemies. With Ono, we have 25 cost. Invoke the Druid's dancing bolts, which deals damage to enemies. With Tech, we have the ability to do the Barbarian's Earthquake, and it deals damage. Now, I don't know how these scale, because if these don't scale, I mean, it might not be really that good at all, because obviously we're not going to be able to play, like, the Barbarian Glyphs, right, if we're not playing Barb. We have 100 on this one, which leaves behind the Necromancer's Desecrated Ground. With Tune, we have increased grenades spawn, invoke the Rogue's Stun Grenades. With Ton, we have 25 increased meteorite spawn. Invoke the Sorcerer's Meteorites. Now, this could actually be pretty good for the meteor build. I'm assuming if you're playing the Sorc and you get the meteor and it works with, like, you know, Starfall, it works with all the aspects and all the tempering, I think this one has some potential. Meteor Sorc hasn't been really hot recently, but maybe something fun to mess around with. Then we have 100 with this one, which is going to do the Pestilent Swarm, which I believe, I'm guessing, is poisons also, which could actually be kind of used in the most recent build that we have with a Shout Druid, which basically relies on shouts, but it requires you to poison. So this could be an automation of poison, which I like. Then with Se, we have we get to summon wolves to attack enemies for 8 seconds. All right. Keep these in mind about runes. They are tradable. Yeah. So the runes, by the way, guys, they are tradable. They can be stacked, and there's only your only maximum of 2 rune words can be equipped. So there's 4 runes in total. So that's going to be in your 2-hander, your chest piece. I think most people will probably want to put it in their 2-hander weapon, which makes Barb actually superior, because you would normally want to put... these will replace your gems, by the way. But on the PTR, it looks like this is like a little picture, and you can see it just gives you some random gems. So on the PTR, I'm assuming we can just craft them all, but it looks like it's going to cost 400 gold, and how it works is you get 3 runes, and then you get a random rune. You trade 3 random runes for... You trade 3 runes for a random rune. That's how it works. And then you just RNG your way to getting them. But since you can trade them, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. And then from PTR, there's going to be... so how do you get these runes? So runes of any rarity can be acquired from a monster drop. So any of the monsters will just drop them. Okay. And then there's also going to be caches that contain it for PTR. Okay. And then the runes won't be available until September 6th. So there's 2 dates here that are important. The 4th is when the new update comes out for the PTR, and then the 6th has the runes. Otherwise, we don't have those. And then there's also the new party finder. So I'm just going to do it like in game, but it's cool that there's a new way to have the ability to find. And they're just talking about how to set up the PTR, and then these are just the game notes over here. How long are these game notes? Because I almost feel like this could be a separate video. Oh, these are just the new mythics and then the new aspects, right? I'm gonna like try not to make this video way too long. All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and cut it for this part, because this could be like another half hour, and I want to try to segment these videos and go over like the more important things for like the sake of, if people just want to learn about the runes, we have that. But there's going to be a little bit more. But again, the important thing is if you want to connect to the PTR, which is not available right now, I'm just showing you guys how this works. So you go game version and do a PTR and you install it. That's how you play the PTR. It's not available right now, but on the 4th, that's all you need to do as far as how to install it. But I'm going to be covering the rest of the stuff in a separate video, because those are going to be like the class balance changes, and I'm going to reserve that for a separate video. But anyways, let me know, guys, what you think of the patch notes and the rune words, most importantly, as that's like the main focus of the video here in checking out what we can do. So as far as I can tell, though, it's definitely like a cooler system, but I wanted like... They said we get to make our own skills, and in a sense you can. It's like kind of a condition, and then there's an activation. You're not able to select it from all of the skills. I was hoping that we could just select Rogue, select all the skills, and then just have this whatever condition. But still, step in the right direction. It's going to get probably more complex as we go along, and they're probably going to be adding more. But what do you think of the runes and the systems? But hello, White, how you doing? The best way to get the treasure bags are actually from the goblins. I'm going to do one nightmare dungeon. My throat's running a little dry here, so... Oh, shoot. We just opened another one. Oh, well. Unlucky. September 4th. But treasure bags, you can do nightmare dungeons with the extra shrines tag, or you can go into the open world and just find the goblins. I'd recommend Hell Tides though. This is just regular flurry, teleport flurry. If you need the build, Ahmed, it's up on the YouTube already. Just look up flurry on my channel and you'll see it. I'll be on for a while, Jesse. But I'll probably hop off to finish working on some videos. Very smooth playstyle though. September 4th for the PTR, and then September 6th for the runes. Could you chip? What was I running on this one? Was I running exploit? No, it wasn't. Okay. Which with the runes, they're adding rune words. It's gonna be brand new. It's gonna be really exciting, man. You need gloves, illuminator? Well, they won't drop for me, otherwise I'd just offer you to, I could like farm it for you. Because they only will farm, or you can only get them to drop when you're playing the sorcerers. But if you need to know where they drop, right here, Hall of the Penitent. Just do that boss. It's a very, very easy thing to get. You'll get it very fast. Probably do like 2 or 3 runs and you'll get it. What's my battle tag? Right there. I don't think they have a bird rune word. Actually, we actually went through all of them. But,
it is done.
Let's see what we want. 2-handed. I mean, if we get a greater affix plus the Dark Shroud, that wouldn't be that bad. What's this one? We need int intelligence. Almost finished also with this character. What were we doing before? Oh, that's right. We're doing Nightmare Dungeons. To level up the glyphs. We're almost done with the glyphs. We should have another like 20 Paragon points. You did your tier 8 compass. What else is there to do? Make a new character, man. I mean, there's nothing past tier 8 at the moment. There's going to be an update probably later. Or tier 9 and 10. one of the worst dungeons. And after this one, we'll check out the rest of the patch notes. It's gonna keep on spawning more. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this one. And this one. Okay, I'm just gonna go past it. And now we are pretty much done with this one, right? Oh no, we gotta kill all the captain and all his mates. And then we're done with this one. We'll build this as Teleport Flurry. One more guard to kill. There we go. Is it Sea Hag? I hate fighting Sea Hag. There's why she can one-shot. It's this ability that one-shots. Boom. Okay. As long as we don't get hit by that, it's a pretty easy run. So when she does that, that's when she's doing it. She's gone. Okay. I can also probably just do this for it to be faster. So it'll just kick us out of the area. The best way to get Mythics cast, check my most recent video. It goes over it, like more things in depth. Oh yeah, no problem, Scribbles. Or you can just type in yours if you want me to add you. It's counting cows? Are you trying to find the cow level still? You know, I don't know if that's going to be something that someone's going to be able to figure out. You got it, Scribbles? And you just screenshot might be a little bit easier. Or just type in yours and I can just add you from there. Alright, let's go to next Nightmare Dungeon. We have 4.5 levels to go. Oh, we also should check out the rest of the patch notes. My bad. I'll check that out like right after. But Luban's rest, not very good. Alright, is that you, Psychedelic? I think we only have one more glyph. Unless I wanted to actually play Physical Flurry. What we're going to do is we're going to convert this to Poison Flurry once we finish the last glyph, which should be this one. I just have to get to the end. I gotta destroy the statues. One right here, and then I think the other one's on the other side. It's the most overwhelming game you played? You have no idea what you're doing? You're level 50? Well, the first thing that you want to do is you want to complete the campaign. And then you want to go to the capstone, which is a little golden gate on the map. And you want to unlock the next world tier. And then you do that 2 times, and then you basically just do whatever you want to do in the game. Usually that would be the nightmare dungeons. But I'll be making a new updated guide for like what to do after you finish the game and leveling. Very soon. We're going to play Overwatch again. Probably not today. Today we've got this game, obviously. Well, I just want to play Diablo because I'm hyped up for it. I'll be checking out the patch notes. And then First Ascendant actually had a new season that just came out. So we're going to be checking that out as well. I'm trying to think what else. Black Ops 6 tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm be real with you. I probably won't hop on Overwatch today. Alright. So we just need, what, one more? Yeah, one more, and then we're done. We're actually at a room. Unlucky. You may have skipped the campaign. It's impossible for you to skip the campaign. You, like, have to do it. The game doesn't let you skip it. Unless you made, like, a second character. Luban's Rest was a terrible one. I'd rather do Old Stones.
See some steel you need?
It's been rough for tanks. Oh, definitely, Moggy. That's why no one wants to play tank, man. Tank is pretty rough because you get countered so hard and like everyone hits you. Like, you know, everyone's trying to like attack you. And that can get kind of annoying. If you're like constantly dead, your team's like, what are you doing, tank? It's like, dude, I can't do anything. I'm just constantly hit by every crowd control in the game. But there's a reason why there's not enough people that want to play tank. I like this build because it's so fast, man. Just being able to teleport feels good. Oh, we gotta walk all the way back over here. I have the barrage build going. Should you keep it, or is it better rogue? Which one? So like, I'd recommend anything with Andariels, to be honest. Andariels just dunks on the game. I'm running this until I get enough damage reduction. But as soon as I get Tyraels, it's over. I was hoping we get some like sort of mid-season announcement for like Maltatar Selig getting buffed. Well, we only need one more mythic. I think I have one spark too, right? Oh, I have 2 sparks. Oh. Shoot. We're like right there, man. 2 more mythics. But doing this is not really going to give us a mythic. What we need to try to probably push for is maybe we get a greater affix Shroud of Conduras. Or we could maybe play Scoundrel's Leather. And I don't think that item's gonna make us tanky enough, though. And he's dead. Alright, we're done, I think. I think we're finally done. The only other one I think I'd want is like, maybe we can make use out of turf right now. And the reason why is I probably need to get more damage reduction. Because I don't have Tyraels yet, that's why. You want to do an Andy's build with Stormclaw? And use the ring that explodes and dot damage? That doesn't work, Capo. Andariels will not proc X-Falls, which is, I'm assuming that's what you want to do. It does not work. Yeah, unlucky.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Dang, we need one more. One more Paragon point. Charnel. Let's go. Heartseeker Rogue good for Infernal leveling? Yeah, you could use that. I would definitely recommend playing Flurry because it kills stuff faster. The dropping zombies for the beta? Are you talking about for Black Ops 6? Are you talking about for the Diablo? I don't think there's any zombies. I'm assuming you're talking about Black Ops 6. I don't really know. I'll max that one out. It's for more Mother's Blessing.
My savior.
I like that person is jailed, and then inside the jail, there's another cage inside. I really didn't want that person going anywhere. Alright, there we go. I need some music to keep me awake. I woke up like extra early to see the Diablo like announcement. Oh, I'm frozen. We're almost there. 4 more levels. Oh, big goblin pack, guys. You ready? Ready for big goblin? Ooh, big goblin drops. Ooh, was that quad? All that loot and popped instantly. How many treasure bags did we get off that? Where's the treasure bags? I think we just got 4. Was it 4? But there's also like the greater treasure bags. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4. Some elixirs. It's not as exciting as Diablo 3 would drop like, 20, 30. Well, it's better than nothing, but still we got a nice little goblin pack. Could you do flurry build from level 1 yet? The thing that lets us teleport is not even an aspect. Where's this last one? Ah, there it is. It was hiding. It was hiding. Rip the obols. We didn't open them up. Did I hear about the runes? Yep, the rune words. I'm very excited about it, man. What runes do we have? Or what runes do we have? We can keep in devious. We can keep in closer. Fluidity. Exploits. You can probably swap out exploit. We don't really need Bane in right now. We would be much better off like Chip. Do we have Chip? Chip's an easy one to go get real quick. Dex. Is this not Dex? Oh, it's because the glyph size isn't big enough. Damn. Can we even fit it in here? You can't even get the bonus. Dang, that really sucks. I don't really want to level this one up. We can put Chip in there, actually. It'll fit. Oh, no, it's Dex. That's... What, 25? No, it, like, literally cannot fit. Damn. Yeah, I would just need to play it like the poison. We're gonna mess around with it right now. Let's go try to mess around with it.
My skills unmatched. You'll see.
Where's my Andy on Dariel's? No. Chat. I actually salvaged my Andariel. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, that feels bad, man. Alright, we're stuck playing this then for a while. Oh my gosh. We actually salvaged it. Oh, that's really unfortunate because it was already masterwork too. Unluckies. Damn. Because I was wondering, I was like, I have an extra spark. Now I know how I got the extra spark. Alright, so since we're not going to be playing that for a little bit of time, potentially, I guess we're going to level up Chip now. So we're going to roll the damage over time on this. So we're going to roll damage over time to crit damage. That's fine. We can also masterwork this thing. Ideally, I don't really have one that I would want to hit. It's not really like super important. Except for I don't really want armor on Harlequin because I already have armor. Don't really want maximum resource either.
Let's see the barbs make that.
Max life is cool. I'll take that. Ideally, I'd just get cooldown reduction multiple times, but like I don't really care right now. It's not like super important to get this one all the way up.
One of my better pieces.
This will be okay for now. Oh, I rolled armor. I don't really need armor. Max life dex armor. It's like okay.
See? Right. A warrior. How may I?
Gonna be good for now. This is not even 1 GA. I just wanted an item with at least 1 GA. Let's go type in ring. That's good ring. It's got 5 crit. Do a GA crit. GA shadow resistance. Oh, it's got like perfect crit. I'd rather masterwork something else. This one's not even masterwork, so we can do damage per dark shroud and then like roll the life for crit. So we need damage per dark shroud, which is subterfuge. Yeah. Oh, it's the lowest roll. Alright. I'm not going to take the lowest roll. We might regret that though, because it might be too greedy. But the other stat doesn't matter what it rolls on it. And we still had 5 at the time. Nope, I might brick it. Unlucky, yeah, we bricked it. It is now going in the trash. Unlucky. That's how this game goes. We rolled it the first time. And then no more times. Damage, nope. It was only a 1 GA though. It wasn't like super important. I don't need GA lucky hit on that. We have this. We can roll crit on it. We have GA crit dex. Okay, this is like okay. Damage per dark shroud. 45. Now I'm gonna get greedy again? Absolutely. Okay, there we go. It's much better. And then for the resource, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm just gonna go crit anyways. I don't think I'd go with any of the imbues. The cold imbue is probably one of the best ones that you could get, but I don't really care too much about it. There's really nothing else I would want. Like just whatever. It doesn't really matter what it hits on this one. Cool. What did we hit? Crit? Okay, cool. Now we just craft attack speed on it instead of overpower, because obviously overpower is worthless on our build. So we roll that overpower and we hope that we hit We get life or attack speed. What's our current attack speed? Attack speed 25. That's pretty low. So attack speed is what we're looking for here. Attack speed or life. Okay, that's fine with me now. What's our crit strike chance? 47. That's a little bit low. So it's lacking in our Fist of Fate. We don't really need to run Fist of Fate right now. We actually gain more of a benefit by running something else. The reason why is Lucky at Chance doesn't really apply here. The much better stat is to get like Core Skill. We get some better gloves. I think I still have some good gloves. I have crit cold res. It's not really that useful. Crit lucky hit, crit damage. Roll lucky hit off that one. Could be okay. We have attack speed crit. Ideally, we'd get ranks to flurry instead of maximum life, but that's a really hard thing to roll. So we might be better off with a greater affix plus 2 core skills because it'll have. That's kind of okay clear speed with this. I have so many of these though, don't I? What are they called? Grasp of Shadows. Have I tried the new Whirlwind Bard build? You talking about with our Ramelandes? Or which one? Alright, so we got a 44, and let's see. This one has greater FX core damage, core skills, which I kind of like having. Like, I mean, that's a pretty decent chunk of extra damage for the build. The ultimate damage shouldn't really matter that much. It will help us out with clearing stuff faster, but this makes our crit chance much better. Also gives us flurry size. Oh, this is actually out of tempers. And then we can craft on another like aspect, so we can get some more damage. So we have accelerating. We have accelerating. Do we have like intercom? We don't need umbral. We can do like edge master. And then we can do like intercom, and then this will give us way more damage. Yes, very nice. And then we can upgrade this to tier 2. I mean, ideally we'd roll the life off. I'm gonna try a couple times. It's not even a greater affix, so it's like a very low thing anyways, whatever it is. It's only 100. Doesn't really cost that much. Ooh, we definitely need a much better amulet. Like, we need a much better amulet, but I'm pretty stuck on resistances right now. I think we need throw a shadow res. Yeah, I think we can max out the movement speed. I think it's worth it to have this right now, even though it's a huge sacrifice in damage.
Let's see the barbs make that.
And it'll make us a little bit tankier until we get our like actual proper stuff. Starting to add some sockets to this. We need to add a shadow gem, and then I think it'd be better. 12 away. Oh, what's our lightning res? 6. I think this is 33. Just thinking if we just ran a bunch of diamonds. Oh, we're level 90 actually. We might be able to. So we can get what, plus 24? That won't fix that. I think we can just run one of each. Because I have the gems actually. So it's one of those. Lightning. Then what's the last one? Cold res. Alright, so now we are absolutely res capped, which is great. And we got some more damage. And our build should be a lot better now. Although we would want to change this to a different one. If we can get ranks to either core skills or flurry, that's the ideal enchant on this. I'll enchant it a couple times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, T7. Alright, I'm good. The reason why I don't really want to craft on those is because I would rather just use Fist of Fate later anyways. If it was at least one greater affix, I would consider like using it. But trying to roll specifically that one roll on it that I would want, which is Flurry, is just very, very rare. So it's not really worth it. So we're going to skip out on it.
Win favor, my friend.
But we got some extra crit strike damage. 55 crit strike chance. Alright, let's go continue doing some more dungeons. Let's finish off this character. Oh. Here we go. Next dungeon. Also pop our incense. Actually, I think we need to go craft more. You can't get it to work, even with taking the sword on and off. Yeah, you can re-equip the stuff. You're talking about the Ramalandis with Fist of Fate bug. Can you do T8 with this build? You can do T8 with every single build. And the reason why you can is there's 0 timers. It's just usually not worth it for any build to do T8 for the most part. It's because you can get a lot more resources done if you do T7. Because you only get 5 extra Neath Iron, which usually in a lot of people's cases, it's not worth it. Oh, we don't need to craft any of these. I have them all. We are ready to go. Alright.
Need something forged?
Oh, that's right. You can't salvage the gems here. You have to go to her to salvage the gems. Okay, so now we are going to finish off crafting the
Kettle's hot. What do you need?
incenses. Ooh. Okay, 2 of these. It's type 1. This is type 1. Oh, Red Maid Buzz is type 2. Okay.
Blessings.
Is there any legions going on? I really need those bundled herbs, man. We got like none. Not enough of those bundled herbs. On Doombringer, damage reduction and life are the 2 good rolls to actually get. Those are the rolls you want to see. I'm so disappointed that we lost on the Andariels though. That just means that we'll have to go do some more bosses. Barrage good for leveling? No. I'd recommend leveling up with Flurry. Can we even maybe swap on bosses? This would actually make it faster if we just swap this. It does so much more damage. So we're gonna level up turf, and then we can do turf, chip. We can also go get some more amulets. The reason why we want amulets is because it takes forever. And Sky, appreciate the TikTok rose gift. You're welcome, Zeke. So yeah, I would recommend Heartseeker on Rogue for leveling. Penshot isn't really that bad either. It just is pretty mana hungry in the earlier stages. Go amulets.
It seems you're a fair bit of magic. Not much, is it?
Got plus to malice, low crit though. Nothing good.
Until next time.
So we have one more glyph coming, and then we could also probably do chip and pride. We'll probably only level those up to 15 though. Ideally, we would have been ready to go with my Andariels, but I accidentally salvaged it. Your flurry's energy starved? Well, there's a node that you can take to reduce the cost of it. There's also a node that will give you energy cost reduction. There's also lucky at chance to restore. Oh, do I need to swap aspects? I have breakneck and circumblades. Okay, we're good. We can do some uber bosses. I have a bunch of Shard of Agonies, but I need to go get the other one. And now we're gonna go all the way back over there. I will eventually, Largest. I mean, I'm already uploading the videos right now from like the campfire and stuff. But we'll make another dedicated video towards all of the updates. We should go over the class balance change. Fuck, we could do that. Maybe in a couple Nightmare dungeons. What's site? Diablo.trade WCK. That's the website. There's so much in the like update. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Is this one? Alright, next area. Let's go. What's our ping? 50. That's pretty good. But yes, WCK, that's the website, man. You're talking 1 through 40? Ah, yeah, then just go to the Hell Tides, man. That's the best spot. You're going to need all those crafting materials. Give me the treasure bag. Where's the treasure bag? It's the only thing we want. Another one of those treasure bags. Fortunately, the treasure bag is always the last thing that they drop. That's the only thing I want off the goblins.
No.
We need to get a group for the Uber bosses so I can get 2 more sparks. Or if I get Endarios or Tyraels, that'd be ideal too. Is the transition from Barrage to Pen Shot a hard one? No. It's basically only one thing. It's the temper. So you temper on a dagger and on your two-handed bow. The chance for penetrating shot to cast twice. That's it. Looks like, do you guys notice Drifting Shade doesn't make it so you can't cast skills anymore? Like, they removed that part, which is really good. And then we're gonna go get Chip now. Where's Chip? There it is. We can do Chip and we can also do combat, but definitely want to get Chip first. Because right now we have like empty glyphs because I literally can't fit anything else in. So we'll have to get Chip to level whatever. And then we actually just got Turf upgraded. And these are just going to be kind of placeholders until we can actually get the correct stuff that we want. What was what? Strength? Yeah. So we have Turf now, so we get some extra damage reduction. We don't need to Exploit. Exploit could be dropped. And instead of Exploit, we would be running to run Chip, which is Dexterity. Dang, we're so close. We don't even get this one. Wait, what's this one? I'll have to spend 2 points for that one. It's fine. We just remove the extra damage over here. For now. We'll fix that part later. Are we still res capped, or do we need 1% here? 1.8. Okay. So we're still good on resistances and everything. Because we didn't have that one, that node reached. We want to make sure we get all the bonuses. Where's this one's bonus? Okay, so we need a little bit. What is this one? Dex? It's 30. You can only get to 35. So I have to, no matter what, I gotta increase this one. Okay, so no option on that one. And then we can go back here, and I guess I can start working towards this until we finish the other one. Alright, next one, under root. Oh, no access cap. Do the strongholds. And am I going to do the stronghold? No, too lazy. Instead, I'm just going to go craft 3 of these. We'll see which one is better. All of them were kind of bad. Andy's brush feels lackluster. You barely get 400, 500 T8. People telling me they're getting 1K. Alright, so Joe, you will never get 1,000 on every single one of your runs. People are uploading their best runs on YouTube, and that's kind of like a normal thing. It's random on if you are getting the correct things to spawn in or not. So if you don't get like the Hellborn spawn in, yeah, T7's what you want to do anyways. It's a lot less difficult to get up and running. Dude, it's a massive difference between like being able to teleport and not teleport. Like, it makes the build feel so much better. Holy. Like, I almost don't even want to play the build if I can't just like infinitely teleport. I can swap that one little thing during a boss if I want to, but I mean, look how much faster this is. Can you guys tell how much faster it is? It's a pretty big difference for me.
Wouldn't have made it without you. My savior.
Pretty big diff.
Bless you.
Oh, bless you.
My savior.
Oh. My character's stuck. Okay, we're good now. Should you make a rogue? If you enjoy the class, yeah, man. I mean, I have the most fun with rogue. We're almost done with the battle pass. Wow, that's really fast. Almost done already. Go to canals. Oh, shoot. I forgot to get the glyph XP. Oh, I done goofed, man. Wait, hold on. Can we still get the glyph XP? Does that work or no? It looks cool. Oh, yeah, it's very cool. The teleport rogue? Teleport rogue is very fun. And you can convert it to Andariels. I think it reset the entire dungeon. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, unlucky.
Cold. So
Alright, incense is about to wear out, so we need to look for those Legion events. So a good website for this is helltides.com. It'll tell you when the next Legion event is, and we have a Legion event, and you can even make it a little like alarm sound. Cool. Alright, we'll use that. 20 minutes for the next Legion. Oh, my bad. I forgot to swap my overlay. Kappa. My bad. Because we were looking at like the Diablo. We need to actually do that after this. And go back to the other overlay after. The Legion events. The Legion event will give us the bundled herbs, and you need the bundled herbs to craft the potions, the elixirs. So fast. Super fast. Hope there's not a corpse pile like right there. 'Cause I don't want to have to walk all the way back. Alright, what are we getting now? Chip. Chip to 15. Nice. And then... combat's not that bad. I'll probably end up getting combat anyways. Combat, or we get, what is it called? Pride. We'll also start leveling up Pride. Epic is give all 3 fallouts. Fallout? Really? I'll go claim it. Thanks for letting the chat know. I appreciate it. Alright, so... we have one last one to pop. And then we have no more until they 20 minutes for the Legion. What else is free on Epic Games? If you guys didn't know, Epic Games gives out free games once in a while. Fallout. Oh, it's the Fallout collection. Fallout, Fallout 2, and Fallout Tactics. Wonder what Fallout Tactics is. And then we need to work on covering the rest of the patch update. Probably take a break here in a little bit. This one wasn't really that bad. Crusader's Cathedral's pretty fast. Boom. And it's gone. Go pop next. Canal's not that bad. Let's go next. Hello, Silek. How you doing? Or is it Silak? Do I look at people's builds like if you showed mine, I followed yours, but I'm getting nowhere near the same numbers? It's probably because your gear's not the same, but if you want help, sure. No problem, no problem. Just add me, then I can make sure your profile's public, and then I can view it, and I'll tell you what's wrong with it. Oh, it's Clay's. Oh, okay. Wait, is this it? This one's incredibly fast. Oh yeah, I didn't think it was that fast. This build's really fast because I believe we're at 200% movement speed too. So we got Pride to 15. Oh, we're gonna have it level 16 now. Then we can get combat also. Took a break since season 1. Dang, that's a really long time. Yeah. Teleport Flurry, Luciano. That's the build. If you need it, it's already uploaded. That's the last thing I want to get in here. There's Tricks of the Trade, but I don't think I really want to use that one. The other thing we would probably get is like Deadly Ambush. You know, we would remove like a lot of these nodes. Yeah, we would drop this section over here to get either another Paragon board. How many do we have right now? It's like 4. It's like 12. It takes 10 to get to the other side. I don't think we're gonna get it without dropping all of these nodes. It'll be okay now for now just to get this. And then Legion is in 10 minutes. Easiest endgame build, like I'd say minions because you don't really have to do anything. I'd do shadow mages would be the easiest build. Oh, goblins. The goblins. Just want the treasure bags. Take that blood as well. Ooh, is it 2 GA? Treasure bag, treasure bag. About 20 clears so far with no mythics. Yeah, I mean, it's a very low drop. We're looking at like a 1% drop rate, but if you do the tormented one, say it's anywhere from like 10%, 5 to 10%. So sometimes it's going to just take a long time to get these, you know, items. Dexterity. Boom. All of the glyphs have everything in. Cool, cool. You know, we could probably do it with this one. We could probably just drop this board for now. And put in the trap one. Which is why this one's like so easy to reach. I think we're running control on it, right? Intelligence. Do I have to go all the way over there? Dang. Oh, that's so unlucky. It's like one. Dang, that is really unlucky. Because it's either go way over there. I mean, the damage to trapped enemy's fine. I guess like you still get the damage reduction, so it's really not that bad on both. But we'll eventually get this, and we'll get that much better. So I guess we can level those up. We already have closer in. Where's closer? We have the extra dex node. I don't even know what the heck that one was input for. Alright, we don't need to overcap on this. Devious. Closer. This one's pretty efficient. I mean, like, I would get an extra, like, you know, 50% additive damage on that one. Which is fine. It's not bad, I guess. Since we're just using this one right now, might as well. And then we'll go next dungeon. The best druid build, I'd recommend looking at the Landstorm. So, like, Landslide plus, like, Lightning Storm. It's a really good. Combine both of those, you'd be good to go. With the Helltide in, not Helltide, but the other thing in 5 minutes. Right, let's go open up this, but give me a sec while we're loading into the next area. I'm gonna go grab water. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right. And a coffee instead. Ooh, this is Blaze Heat next from Mega Man, like X5 or 6. A leveling build for Druid. I would try running Companions. Companions are really good for leveling. They like one-shot everything. Look at my Wolf Army build. And just kind of see what other aspects you get along the way. That will be what you want to try. Ah, yeah, we have to collect the purple balls. Oh, this is perfect. We get so many goblins here. Look, there's more goblins. Another goblin. So we've got a Curse Shrine on a green. This is like the money here. Because how it works is you're going to get more goblins based on what you kill. And since it's going to constantly spawn enemies for like this, you know, I don't know, whatever this duration is for the shrine, you're going to get so many goblins. Look at how much loot there is. This is one of the luckiest things that you can get as far as like in a dungeon with the shrine. The Curse Shrine plus the goblins, man. And it doesn't last forever, though. It has a duration, but you can see all the loot. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Oh, we had those double greater affix. Oh, they're terrible, though. Okay. We do need a better upgrade on gloves. So what we need to get on gloves is specifically ranks to Flurry. Still fear, we'll pick up that. Want all the treasure bags as well. Greater treasure bag. And do we get all the treasure bags? Another treasure bag right there. We want all of the light blue items. Oh, 2 more levels. 2 more levels. And we'll get about a quarter of our XP per. And then the Legion is in. Oh, Legion just started. Oh, shoot. Unlucky. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even hear the sound. There's supposed to be a sound that was supposed to pop up. Oh, never mind. I turned that off. I was going to say, why didn't we have the sound? The campfire was good, man. We got rune words, we got new skills. Although, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care too much about any of the new skills. Like, I'm gonna try them all out, but nothing looked at like, oh my gosh, I'm super excited, I can't wait to play it. Do you think different blacksmiths have better odds? No, Jasper. I don't think so. It'd be pretty funny if that was the truth, though. Like, one specific blacksmith, like, they don't tell anyone, like, this blacksmith has better RNG.
You can take what's left.
I'm still mostly disappointed that I salvaged my Andariels today. Like, I still can't believe that's the first time I've accidentally salvaged something that good. So I have to go basically farm it again. Oh wait, what is this one? Intelligence? Oh wait, we don't need strength. What am I going for this one? Oh dang, that's so far away. Dang, that sucks, because it's basically 3 points for one node. This is a terrible intelligence board. Probably should swap it with this one. That's 3. You guys get like that damage reduction though. So I don't think it's that bad. Okay. And then we're gonna go fix this one and put whatever that one was. Is that the last one we're doing? Oh, it's pride or combat is fine. Oh, we could actually get core damage on this one. Let's do one more. There we go. Just reordered it, and then now we're good. Oops! Oh, whoa, whoa! Did not want to refund everything. So the last thing that we can do with this, we might swap out this board. Even though I like this board because of that bonus. The thing that we actually really want to do is put in, for now, I probably want Leyrana's Instinct. Dang. I wish you could just, like, swap one board, but the game doesn't let you just do that. So I need to drop these 3. Because until I get Andariel's, I can't actually play my build correct. So yeah, we're going to run Leyrana's Instinct instead of No Witness. Actually, no, because he would still need to connect from here. Dang, I have to like undo these 2. Wish you could zoom out more, but here, I know how I can do it. We can take a quick screenshot of this. Then I'll have this. But I need to get rid of these 2. Let's finish leveling up though. We only need 2 levels to finish it up. We also need to pop up potion. Get some extra little bonus XP. Leveling build for Rogue, Heartseeker, or the Teleport Flurry. You can level up with this build that I'm playing. 0 things, Tom, about the new class. Oh, you didn't think anything else looked appealing for the new skills either? Yeah, okay. Usually I hate getting conduit, but this is the one situation where conduit's good because you can't get interrupted. Well, let's search in the bodies. Oh, there we go. Cool, and the gate was right here. But we need to do some tormented bosses. I'm going to make a PvP build for Season 5 with no unique items. I would definitely do... It would be like some sort of... Poison Imbue is like the best for PvP. Because you can daze lock. Alright, so we got all of these leveled up. Actually, it's so much faster to do it this way, isn't it? Because if I just open up the new one, I don't have to worry about the few seconds it takes to leave the dungeon, because it kicks you out like immediately. But Sword can be pretty good with Incinerate as well in PvP. It's any sort of damage over time build. Those are what you want to go for. It's right there. It's in the middle. Okay, this time I'm actually gonna go back. Oh, we got maybe we got Umbercrux. Azarath, what it rolled? Yeah, 24,000. Twisting Blade set. Notice I uploaded a video on it. If you want to check it out. What the heck is this like alarm sound? That's from Piano 3. Let's go skip. We know that song. Oh, what was that song? Because I want to delete it off the playlist. Okay, delete that one off the playlist. That's a terrible song. Well, it's basically because it's probably when like an alarm goes off in the game. Oh, I have no inventory. Oof. All right.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
All right, so let's see what kind of things we got extra materials for. We got another stash tab. Okay, cool. So we're gonna use one of these for like the boss materials. Let's see what we got. Okay. Okay, once we finish that one, we can throw in like poison trap and we get even more damage, which is gonna be great. What the heck? Is this supposed to like exist? I don't know if it's a bug. Okay. The NPC just spinning around. Is he still doing it? Okay. Oh, is that thing still on the floor? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go pick that up. Oh, it did not work? Okay. We were so fast. Perfect. Yeah, dude. Perfect Dark. I like the game a lot. Now, the Xbox 360 one, I don't know about it, man. The Xbox 360 one, it had like some really cool ideas, but like, man, I think they released it too early. I think the game wasn't ready. But there's going to be a new Perfect Dark that comes out, I think next year, right? I'm excited about that game. And Black Ops 6 looks really good as well. Like, I'm very, very hyped for that game. And we also got Assassin's Creed coming out. The new Diablo expansion, obviously. Path of Exile 2. Gaming is looking really good. This build is so freaking fast. It's like so satisfying. Oh, okay, we already killed the guy that dropped the key. I just so fast, I didn't pick it up. There we go. Is that Shroud of Honduras? No, no, doesn't even look close to it. Shoot, I forgot to upgrade the thing. I mean, I was so excited just to get out. Oh, we gotta do this though. 8 minutes for the next Legion. Alright, I need to put the notifications on. Put that sound on. Oh. Okay. That's the sound for the thing. Do I just go for crit chance or crit damage? You gotta get both, man. Because without crit strike chance, you know, even if you have like, you know, 1000% crit strike damage, if you have no chance to deal the damage, then that doesn't matter. If you have no crit strike damage, then the crit chance does no damage. Right? So it's kind of a balancing act of getting both. But nowadays, honestly, you can get 100% crit in a lot of builds. So you can get crit in your amulet, your gloves, and your rings. For some reason, they have a third-person view now. Oh, in the Black Ops, it's because that way you get to see all the cool movement. But I'm gonna play in first person for sure. But we can mess around with it. It'll be maybe fun for like 10 minutes to mess around with. But the primary. Oh wait, hold on. We have 5 minutes. You guys think we can finish a dungeon in 5 minutes? Because we also need to get to the area. So we basically have 2 minutes to complete this dungeon. 2 or 3 minutes. We'll see. If I have to leave the dungeon mid-run, that's fine. But our build's really fast, you know? It's letting me know that it's happening pretty soon. Where's the boss at? I don't really even care about the shrine. It's gotta be this way though, huh? Well, we got it done. That was a 2-minute run. That was pretty fast. Asus gives you boot crit. Yeah, but it doesn't work on all classes. It's like a Sork only thing. I wish you could equip it for all classes. It's not really a good spot for this one. You have 3 minutes to get there, though. We got 2 minutes. It's enough time to like, redo my Paragon board. Alright, I think we come in from the bottom on this one. 1, 2. Strength. There we go from the bottom of that one.
Greetings. Welcome.
Hello.
Greetings. Hello.
Damage healthy is kind of nice too. The strength board was it's turf, okay. Could end off on that one. Kind of wanted that one too. 23. Ugh. But like, is there another option? Not really. Okay. Is Beyblade still a thing? I'm sure it still exists. I feel like kids, all they want these days is iPads. But Beyblades growing up, dude, those were really cool. They had those ones where they would explode too. The bursts. That was awesome. And we gotta check out the first Ascendant update later too. Man, there's so many games to cover today. Talking about the Beyblade Burst. This is a really fast one. Wow, we got that one done so fast. Ooh, Greater Affix Amulet. Maybe something godly. Maybe, man.
Greetings.
Resource cost reduction. Unlucky. What we need to get is Alchemist Advantage Greater Affix, and then also Greater Affix Dexterity. Or just even just Greater Affix Dex. I like that a lot, too. But now we can actually craft our things that we need. It's actually not bad. We may actually craft on this thing. The chest piece. Where did it go? Alright, there it is. Then we have our... This is supposed to be all of the treasure bags. I think we have over 100 treasure bags at this point. But we only have 4 more points. But we can actually skip out on all of these. None of these are required. And then now we can get both this and this. Was it running? Chip, yes. We want a chip. For sure. So we're gonna grab 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna remove this as well, whatever this was. So we only have 4 more points. Hopefully our cold res isn't screwed. Cool. Good, 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 good. This one is dexterity. Ooh, 5 more points. Boom! There we go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. We're gonna get that one up, and then once we get our last few nodes, I don't know. Ooh, we may actually go down here and grab some other stuff because I'll probably make it a little bit more efficient. Nice, nice, nice. All right, we got about 4 more nightmare dungeons. That's after your time. Oh, so they had Beyblades where like they would like pop or something like that. Actually, we can pop 2 more of those incenses because they only last 15 minutes anyway, so it's like perfect.
If you've got the makings, I can mix. Light keep you.
Abyssal scrolls. Let's give you abyssal scrolls and Stygian stones. Boost the chance to receive abyssal scrolls. Receive a legendary items for spoils while farming the eternal. It's okay. I don't really open up the chest that dropped that, but I'm not gonna say no. Mercy's Reach is actually a pretty good dungeon. So you normally think because it has like this like double objective that you gotta pick up. Where's the item? Am I tripping? I don't see the item. Oh, there it is. Can you only masterwork one affix? No, you can masterwork. It's 3 things on the item. So at 4, 8, and 12 are when you receive like the big jump. Tomb Lord. GG's. How many left do we have? Let's see. I think we got like probably 3/4. It's about 25% per, right? Oh no, it's gonna be like 8. So if we're doing these in like about 2 minutes, let me time myself. I'll see how long it's gonna take. So where's clock? Stopwatch. Alright, let's see how long it takes. How long do you guys think it takes for this build to do a dungeon? I want to say it's about like 2 minutes pretty consistently. Now obviously it depends on how unlucky we get. One of the fastest builds in the entire game though, for sure. What? Oh, was it actually right there and I just done goofed? Oh my gosh. Rip the speed run. Wait, what? Dude, it doesn't even show up on the map. Dude, look at the map. It's glitched. That wasn't even my fault, man. The map is bugged. It didn't even show the rest of the map. No, we don't want that one. So make us slower. Oh, cool. See how we teleport through that wall? Very nice. I'm pretty sure the conduit shrine is actually worth taking for this boss. Alright. So our time, guys, for this dungeon was 1 minute. We're now about 142. 145. Even with that mistake, it's 1 minute and 57 seconds. Very, very fast. Alright. Alright, last dungeon. Let's do one prison at Chaldeum. Then we take a break, work on some videos, and then we'll come back playing First Ascendant and then also more Diablo. Because we got to check out the new season of that game as well. It's going to hit 100 on this, but it might take us like a little bit longer. What you mean, Black Sprout? We're 100% coming back. We got to be back up early tomorrow, too, for Black Ops. Black Ops 6. Dude, there's not one person that dropped the Anubis. Like, are you kidding me? There we go. There's our first guy right there. Dude, where are these guys? This is crazy. Crazy unlucky. Oh, wow. There's like 2 that spawned over here. All these guys hiding. How big this dungeon is. Wow, it's pretty big. Where are we gonna deposit this? Okay. It's like way at the back. Sork or Rogue? Well, if you don't like Frozen Orb Lightning Spear, then I would not play Sorceress. There's also Fireball. Fireball's kind of cool. Are there new levels of tormented bosses? In the new update, I mean, it's just tormented bosses. But they didn't say anything new in the Campfire chat about that. Right. I forgot to time this one, but most of the dungeons are completed in under 2 minutes with this build, which is really good. Goblin. Ooh, greater affix. Some blood and the treasure bag. Ooh, that one dropped a greater. Scrap of paper? Wait, what the heck is that? Is that a quest item or something? I've never seen that thing before. Scrap of paper? I should have probably like listened to the audio. I don't think I've seen that. But I think it's too late. I don't think there's going back. I'll probably have to look that up on like the wiki or something. Alright, let's do one last one now. We're almost done. Nice. Got to TP out before it hit us one more time. The nice thing with the protection shrine is it will let us not take damage. Alright, go, go, go. Oh, tricky. Haven't checked out Deadlock? Yeah, didn't really like the game, to be honest. I like Here's the Storm. It's fast. That game's like League of Legends. The games take so long, you know? The other guy's on the left. Oh, there we go. I like one more, Alderwood. The game's super fun. You like it, Tricky? You like the games are like 45 minutes, right? Like to complete a map, but to complete like a run. The Whisper turning could give us some XP as well. What's next? Oh, 5 minutes for the next Legion. Nice. It's actually pretty good that it has that little like timer thing. Holy, that's like really efficient. I'm gonna have to definitely do that again. 95% of the maps are dark. You know, it's gonna change in the expansion if you don't like the color palette that they're using. Like, there's actual color in the next expansion. All right, one last dungeon, and I think we should be there, guys. You guys think we're gonna hit it off this one, or do you think it's gonna require 2? Either way, I mean, if it's 5 minutes for 2, let's test it out. It's too late to make a seasonal rug? Not at all, Chris. Not at all, man. Because right now is a good time, actually, because of the Goblin event. You're going to be able to get your aspects and stuff a lot earlier. Wow, this map? Oh man, we're about to finish this map in less than a minute. 55 seconds. Woo! 57 seconds, guys. That was a really good run. Holy. Especially for not even max level. Very impressive. The map was so fast we didn't even... Flood Depths is actually a really good one too. But I can't open up Alderwood if we're in Alderwood. Okay. I'm gonna have to reopen it up again. Dude, I bet you we can do it again. But the thing that actually made it really fast was at the very end we got that blast wave shrine and we one-shot the boss. Otherwise, I don't think we would have been able to do it. Like, we could fit that entire dungeon in a YouTube short. That's very impressive, man. Alright, let's see if we can finish this entire dungeon in a YouTube short. I don't even have everything maxed out yet. This build is just so fast, man. It's like just teleport, teleport, teleport. Ooh, hit 100 finally. Oh, 44 seconds, come on. $54, $56, $59. Oh, just like on the dot, man. Holy. I'll have to double check once I get the timer. But yeah, dude, that was really fast. We just hit 100 too. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. If you guys are brand new here, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, you can just hit subscribe. If you guys want to catch me again, if you're watching this on TikTok, it is the pink plus in the middle right, and if you're watching this on Twitch, it's the purple heart in the bottom right. But thank you so much for stopping by, guys. Let me see if I have anyone to host Reno. Actually, up pretty early for once. But thank you so much, guys, for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys later. And check out YouTube. We're gonna be dropping a lot of videos very soon covering the brand new update. That's what I'm gonna actually work on right now. All right, but GG's, guys. I got no one playing. No one playing right now. Okay. All right, GG's, guys. See you guys later. Thanks for stopping by.